Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, September the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You can hear me, you can see my voice, or at least you can hear me and see my screen. I don't want you to see my voice. So, guys, trade of the week, unfortunately, it's already triggered and by quite a bit. So, I don't know how to. BTU is the trade of the week, of course, with what's happening over in Europe, etc. BTU just exploding along with Arch, ARCH. So the trade of the week was considered live at 24.76, but of course BTU is way above that. It's almost $2 above that. So I don't know, maybe wait for a pullback, but it may be too late. I mean, it still has room to run, of course, but it may be too late. DWAC getting absolutely pummeled here. DWAC getting pummeled here. What was the news that I saw? Report suggesting shareholders rejected the SPAC proposal to extend the deadline by a year, etc. So DWAC in severe problems right now. DWAC. Higher, HYRE. I know Blue Collar's been talking about that all morning. Blue Collar has been talking about that. Sorry, higher, HYRE. So I guess they have secured a $100 million credit line. Ruby, RUBY is gapped up. Don't see any specific news for it, but it's a big gap up, guys. Look at the volume, 5 million already, 23%. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, I keep looking to see if I can see a headline that makes sense, but I still don't see one for Ruby. Now I see gapped up. It pulled right back down. So this is phase 3 data, positive phase 3 data for IC. But remember, this got up to what, 14.25 and pulled all the way back down to 11.37. So that's a $3 drop. Trying to recover a little bit. So that's IC, ISEE. Envo. So Envo had a bit of news. First of all, shareholder meeting has been postponed. Now that can be one of two things. Something good's happening, maybe potential takeover, buyout, etc. Some news like that. Anyway, that's Envo. That's just speculation. But typically that when you see a shareholder meeting postponed, they don't give any reason why. The other one is they're still going to, looks like they're going to be in the Wainwright's 24th annual global presentation. But anyway, Envo, lots of volume, up 20%, 1.4 million already. Bed Bath and Beyond continues to sink here, guys. This was a really nonsensical. Of course, what happened to it a couple of weeks ago. I wonder if this is truly the end of the memers. Well, every time I say that, they come roaring back. But ADT. See, looks like they've got a $1.5 billion investment from State Farm Insurance. ADT announces a partnership with State Farm. So they are investing $1.2 billion at $9, okay? Acquiring a 15% stake in the company and additionally investing up to $300 million, etc. So State Farm is bullish on ADT. CSGP. I read that right. They're going to be added to the S&P 500. CSGP. Company is set to S&P entry, S&P, I think it's S&P 5, yeah, S&P 500. So not too, well, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, the market is in for a bit of a positive open to start anyway. So there are more gap ups and gap downs. These are the only gap downs so far in my scan. Ecom is a buyout. That's why I didn't mention it. Ecom is a buyout. ECOM is a buyout. FWBI. See, this is this fairly active stock. Don't see any reason for it. Don't see any specific reason for FWBI popping like it has. Just looking at a few others here, CTMX. This has been this is a real active stock. I just didn't like this daily chart. Just so I mean, there's just too much activity in my opinion. If it can get through, but that's a big if. I guess it's not that far away. That 175 mark, then the next high looking left is around 2. Still, it's not that much room for CTMX, especially when I do not see any specific news. This one is shortable for me. Yeah, tons of shares available. I see at Interactive Brokers, 1.72 million. So there are a lot of shorts available for ICE. What an awesome short that would have been had I seen it up here at 14. Again, all I'm doing is just kind of scouring the list to see if anything new is popping up here. This Oscar Health had a bad day on Friday. Well, a bad week. OSCR, no volume yet, but maybe it's got some support not that far away, about 50 cents away. The other one, this TAL, the China education stock that was doing its thing, even when the market was kind of drifting down. This was moving higher and higher. That's 4 days, but now 4 days down. And again, this has some support, maybe $1 away. Yeah, it's pretty sad, yeah, Bob. What goes through a person's mind before they do that? Wow. ZN Pay, good morning in our YouTube room. All right, it is 9:10. I'm actually interested to see how active the analysts are finally this morning and see if they're kind of back to work. Still nothing yet from briefing.com. I'll have to wait, give it another minute or so maybe. Here we go. All right, are they back to work? And the answer is yes, they are finally back to work, these analysts. Okay, so I've got to quit a few upgrades, cut a few downgrades, so let's get a few of them in here. Okay, I'm going to get the upgrades in first. All right, just a few more to go in terms of the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Actually, a few more upgrades and downgrades this morning. Odeon deciding to downgrade Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup. I don't know Odeon at all. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So as I say, we're in for a bit of a positive open. So what I'm going to do right now is just check the major sectors and see what's happening. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Then click on Show More. And I'll get to the sectors. Sector status. So as would be expected, every sector is up. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, energy sector. See, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, what that means is 95% of them are up from Friday's close. Look at tech, 89%. So as I say, there's no point going through them all. Every sector, as we speak, is positive. In other words, all the stocks that make up these sectors within each sector are above Friday's close. Most of them are above Friday's close. Could change, of course. Look at this half an hour, 45 minutes from now, and look for the change from the open. We could see a very big difference. I mean, I see it's starting to move again. I just, boy, this has been, remember this one when, I know Zach and I used to try to trade this one a long time ago. Well, not just Zach and I, I'm sure others in the room, but So it's still below, it's below the 200-day moving average again, popped above it, moved back down below it. Know they've got some news, but it's a pretty big sell-off. 14 million shares have traded. And it's 105 million in the float, so you'd think it would be just a little more relaxed, but it never seems to be. Yeah, good morning, Zach. Yeah, this IC. But it is shortable, so I just want to, this could be my number. Well, I mean, it's going to be very active either way. Should be active either way anyway. ASLE, guys, just had I mean, there's no volume yet. I'm just, this is something that I just noticed on Friday. Nice break on Friday for ASLE. When I say nice break, look at this candle, basically taking all of this out now. And it's, close to a lifetime high. Let me just check. I guess the lifetime's high around 24. So the next high looking left for this stock is back in, I guess it's not that long ago. Last November it hit $23 approximately. And higher just went a little higher. I think I just heard it. HYRE. Oh, higher. Yeah, just made a pre-market high. So when you look at higher, looking left, the next highs are around that 150 mark. So we could stall there. Now, guys, I have to admit, I'm probably going to spend a little more time looking at the large cap, especially if the market is somewhat positive to start anyway. The large cap gainers from the open. Oh, shoot. I see when you grab that. Okay. So of course, I still will be looking at these ones, the biggest gainers from the open. These are the more volatile ones, but I'm going to spend a lot more time on the larger cap gainers from the open also. Maybe about 50-50 at least, especially if the market is, again, positive today. NLY, and I do see this one. Yeah, the big float, something about JP Morgan, probably JP Morgan maintaining coverage. $6 or past price target 7, so they've dropped it to 6.5. Okay, no big deal there. Okay, so from my homepage, it is there. Okay, so let me just put my homepage link in. You've got time, 10 minutes for the open. So if you go to my homepage, for those of you who want the larger caps. And they're not huge large caps, okay? It's just they have to have at least half a billion in the market cap, and also 50 million in the float. So it's not like we're not talking about absolutely huge market caps, but nonetheless, typically a little less volatile than the other one that I display. So again, if you click on my homepage link and then click on my scan section, and it's the second race, okay? It is the second race. So if you load it now, it'll start to run. It should start to run automatically at 9:30. So if you load it now, it should look like this, and then it should start to run right at 9:30. Yeah, IC is going. It is. It's I wish that hadn't happened though. That big pullback from the high here, a couple of dollars, and almost straight down, but it is pulling back, or not pulling back, it's moving higher. The pullback's over. Did have some news. It's phase 3. Positive top line data for Zimura. I guess that's the name of their drug. After the company announced its GATHER2 phase 3 trial met its primary endpoint. Okay, so there is some positive news, no question. Now, how much money they can make, if any, down the road is, of course, another situation. But right now, the market doesn't care. Take a look at IC. If it does take out the pre-market highs, where could it go? So there's a 200-day moving average, 1346. What did it get to? It got to 1431. So it did move above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so I mean, it's got some, definitely got, well, looks like it's got some resistance around 15 anyway. So the first thing, again, for it to try to do is to get through that 200-day moving average, 1346, which again, it did earlier. And then there's a high right there, which I basically got to, that high right here on August the 11th. I think that's around 1421, kind of got right to that level, 1431. Yeah, so a break of the pre-market high could get it running, and then there's 15. So we'll see. So the market is starting just to drift down a little bit. Yeah, no volume at all. You're right. Record purchase order of 64 million. Like the market doesn't care right now anyway for Flux. Ugly looking daily chart. Definitely very ugly for flux. Lots of topping tails, bottoming tails. Got that 200-day moving average on top of it. So does it make sense that CFVI will, yeah, so I guess, yeah, so okay, so they voted in favor of its business combination with Rumble, okay. So that's obviously, and I'm assuming also on the DWAC news is probably helping it. Probably. All right, guys, I'm just getting set to get rid of this my pre-market layout. STNE is just showing up now. STNE, little gap down for it. STNE. Goldman downgrades to sell with a target of $7.80. Yeah, it's not that far away. If they said $1, all right. But anyway, that's right. I did see a downgrade by Goldman in the pre-market or the upgrades and downgrades section, I think. Yeah, there it is, STNE. If you look at my upgrades and downgrades, that STNE downgrade is from Goldman. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great trading week, everybody. Now, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. There are very few exceptions for me, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, BTU guys, unfortunately, this is triggered way above the trigger price. So this is the trade of the week. And it's a, all right. All the races should have started if you've got mine, because they automatically start at 9:30 Eastern time, of course. China, well, here this China, but this is just getting clobbered here, guys. XPEV is getting clobbered here. This is, well, clobbered. It's down 4%, but it's a lifetime low now. And this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Lifetime low now for XPEV. Is there any specific news for this one, or just The only news I see is China is driving demand for its EVs with aggressive incentives. Well, this has not helped expat. Let's take a look at NIO to see if it's doing the same thing. Not really. I mean, it's not as bad. How about LI? Three of them usually trade together. Yeah, so it's just XFAB that's getting more clobbered than the other ones. And there's that TAL, guys, TAL. So I don't know if it's overall China now. Is take a look at KWEB, KWEB. I'm sure it's weak, but yeah, so KWEB. And where's some support? 27. So it's got about $1 to support levels for KWEB. Oh, it's possible, Roger. That I don't know. All right, guys. Drug is well, it's up 7 million. Now the next high looking left which was on Friday, is 240 or so for drug. All right, can the market hold this little gap up it had? You know, I saw this APDN in the pre-market, but I just can't get too enthused with anything to do with monkeypox right now, guys. So, you know, they say rises monkeypox testing services in New York. Just can't get too enthused with it. So, but there it is, APDN. Fro on the move. Okay, FRO. Next high looking left. Probably a little too close, guys. 1257. It's at 1235 right now. A couple of highs at 1257. Yeah, the uranium plays were moving in the pre-market. So let's take a look at the uranium sector. URA, this is the ETF for uranium. My guess, of course, is that CCJ is going to be doing something very similar. Yeah, so you want to play the big guy. This is it, CCJ. So the next high is looking left, 30, about 32. Yeah, and that's not investment advice. I'm just saying this is the typically the leader in uranium, CCJ. Yes, this is halted on the way down. Uncertainty over regulatory path for its COVID therapy. This is the new, whoops. So that was the news on it. So that caused the drop and then the volatility. The volatility came in and halted it. Shortable too for me. Lots of shares, 1 million shares through the 200-day moving average now for EIGR. To wait and see what happens once it resumes. And ZFox just got halted. ZFOX halted on the way down. Yes, ZFOX. Wow, look at this. Look at XPav. Look at the pop it had. So it got all the way down to 1565, popped right back up to 1630. Another reason why I do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes, even though this was an all-time low, which is sometimes when I break my rule about trading in the first 15. Look at IC, guys. IC. IC. Boy, if it takes out this 1430 mark. All right, guys, Fro, well, that took out that area so far anyway. I was mentioning at 1255. Maybe we'll stall it. Maybe we'll stall it. But right now, no. Ah, careful. ATXG just got halted. Careful. SMR, new scale. Is this a yeah, nuclear? Okay, so uranium, I guess we'll call it uranium. SMR, guys. Interesting. Has room to 1480 on the daily chart. Well, Nutanix, guys, NTNX had earnings, I guess. Yeah, had earnings a couple of days ago. Kind of held on Friday. This is, of course, Tuesday now, so that was Thursday and then Friday. Well, there's IC, guys. IC. Wow, can it take out the pre-market high? That is the key. DHT, guys. DHT. Interesting. DHT. Look at this gap up here now, taking all this out on the daily chart. I don't know how far back we have to go to the next highs. You have to go back a couple of years to the next highs for DHT. That's a pretty nice breakout. Deep sea freight transportation sector. Okay, Dave, thanks for that. Again, I'm at mercy of our headlines or the sector, new scale power core. Okay. Ooh, look at Tupperware, guys. Look at TUP. Look at the gap underneath for Tupperware. TUP. Well, I mean, the next low looking left, am I right? About $8, 7.97. Well, this is really weak. Not much, not a heck of a lot of volume, but still. All right, NUTX was showing up here. NUTX, let's take a look. I have to really back this out. It's hard, exponentially to see what the heck is happening with this. Okay, there we go. So, I mean, I suppose there's room to 435, but there's all these areas on the way up to it. So anyway, NUTX, not a low float, 305 million in the float. See if there's any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's got room. I mean, FWBI does have some room. I mean, when you look left, 470 mark or so. It's over the VWAP now, 399. Well, I mentioned Oscar in the pre-market, guys. There was no volume, but look at Oscar now. OSCR. That is funny. 327 for an ATR for ATXG. That is funny. Okay, so far you can see what's happening, guys. Market was not able to hold those pre-market gains. So my guess, if I looked at the change from the open now, we're going to have a very, very different look. But the market is now starting to put in a couple of red bars. Well, the first one anyway. Well, actually the 915 and now the 930. 15-minute candles, both red. Markets are now slightly negative. So consequently, the other way to use the large cap gainers from the open is look for shorts. Seriously. If the market keeps doing this, Tupperware guys, TUP. TUP, lots of room underneath. Look at this. Look at the next low looking left, 816. Wow, Tupperware takes out 10. Look out. I mean, this is lots of room. I don't see any specific news. T-Rack. Look at Tupperware, guys. T-U-P. Better get your short hats on, guys. Ooh, look at well, except for FWBI. Look at FWBI. Nice. Well, okay, so this got halted. This is IPO from last week, guys. One of the crazy ones, SHPH. What was earnings on Thursday, I believe, for NTNX. Yeah, it was an earnings play on Thursday. So it held. There's Friday's action. So that was the news. I mean, I guess it's just got a continuation. I don't think there's any specific news today. This kind of continuation. Tupperware, guys, takes out 10. Look out. Oh, wow. I mean, now, guys, I mean, the next low looking left is 820. Oof, I did not take FWBI. That is now, let's see if I mean, it's getting closer to what I would consider, pretty tough resistance, but any Beyond Meters out there? Look at Beyond Meat, BYND on the way down. Looks like higher is over, HYRE. That 150 mark, pretty decent resistance for it. All right, guys, I'm just letting this top 10 list build up. My biggest gainers from the open. Over the course of the day, we'll have a top 10 list, a watch list. Hundred thousand at Interactive Brokers for Beyond Meat, BYND, the short. Top. BUP. Okay, so so SHPH obviously, I'm sorry, it's still halted. Still halted. I get no, must have come out. I don't see the resume in our alerts, but anyway, it is definitely starting. It is trading now. NUTX guys doing a pretty decent job holding 3. It's not a low float, 305 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. Oof, this is ugly, guys. I know unfortunately, some guys at Trade Ideas have got this stock, MNMD. Oof, that is ugly now. Because remember, they did a 1 for 15. So that's like 70 cents now, pre. Tupperware, guys. Oh my goodness. Had to be the #1 look, really, when I saw this daily chart. When you look left, and that's the next low looking left. I sort of do. I don't use it because, well, let's see if I got the big cap, because these ones, like for the small caps, it's probably irrelevant. Okay. Let me see if I think I created one for the, let's see if I got one, large cap losers from the open. Okay. You can have this. You take a look at what it looks like. No, man. I mean, this is insanely hard to trade, but SHPH, I mean, this is starting to rip here. I think EURN had a, yeah, so these freight companies like FRO and EURN, I think this had an upgrade this morning, EURN. But I gotta admit, guys, pretty tough to go long with the market doing what it's doing. Okay. I mean, obviously, it looks like these freight companies, shippers anyway, FRO, and maybe some of the real small caps, but generally speaking, I mean, you're pretty tough to go long, and we were almost 45 minutes straight down from 9:15. Look at Warner Brothers. My goodness, Warner Brothers. WBD all-time low right now. WBD all-time low. WBD. Think about that. WBD all-time low. Well, the SHPH, but awfully whippy, guys. You got to be, I mean, look at that spread, 1760, 1785. Well, actually, it was even worse. Just not a lot of follow through, obviously, with these small ones. So, they got to be hit and run, guys, hit and run, really. And actually, the way I'm looking at these large cappers is more of shorting opportunities. You know, something if it's moving higher, but I mean, in the face of this market, I know it's a broken record, but pretty tough to commit to going anything long when you see what the market is doing right now. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of these things in the races to see if there's anything that there's, I mean, there's a uranium play, UEC. So uranium is probably still pretty strong. Take a look at URA. Yeah, URA is hanging in there. That's the ETF for uranium. Manchester United, MANU guys. Little pop here for it. Are you get any news on this one, this FWBI? Any news? I don't see any. I'm trying to see a quick headline. I just don't see any news for FWBI. How the mighty brand has fallen, AJK? All right, guys, NUTX. This looks really interesting now. It is holding at its held three. Um, all right, guys, so FWBI on a bit of a pullback now is starting to move again. Almost got up to the pre-market high, which was around 460. What did it get to? Got up to 454. Yeah, look at AMC. AMC melting here, as Zach said, almost an all-time low. Well, not quite, I guess, but well, nothing is really safe, guys. Bitcoin doesn't look like, well, obviously with the market, I shouldn't say obviously, but I don't have no idea what the price of Bitcoin is right now. But BITO, look at the ETF for Bitcoin. Yikes. Huge underneath. 10 for top. Well, here's another one, guys. PNT just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Next low looking left looks like it's around 8, so it's got some room. Unfortunately, I'm trying to see if it's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Was it okay? Thanks, inch by inch. I didn't see that news. Not on a headline anyway for FWBI. Yeah, I don't see that news, but I'll take your word for it. Hmm. Yeah, IC is certainly well, an eye drug. Boy, look at this market, guys. I mean, look at this big candle here. We've had almost an hour, well, not quite, 45 minutes straight down. This is just 3 minutes into this candle, 4 minutes into this candle, this 15-minute candle here. And halted on the way up. Yeah, man. Well, who knows? Maybe that IPO tomorrow will be exciting. The JUNS, maybe. Keep an eye on PAGs even. Look at PAGs. I mean, the next low looking left is 1360, so it's not quite $1 away, but what, 80 cents away or so? 70 cents away. PAGs, PAGS. Unless the selling stops, I mean, all these stocks are just probably just going to keep drifting down. All right, this one doesn't really care. SLQT, kind of interesting. I mean, the next high, if we can use this as maybe, the potential run, 190. The next high looking left is 126, and then there's 166. Any news on it? Big float, 127 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation. Yeah, probably time for a sector status check. This is going to look very, very different. Very different now. Remember how every sector was positive? Now let's take a look at the change from the open. Probably everything is going to be just about negative. Yeah, look at that. Even energy. So look at this, guys. So this is what I was saying. So when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, every sector was positive, meaning that virtually every stock that make up the major sectors were above Friday's close. Okay, that's 10 minutes before the market opened. Now look, now we're looking at the change from the open, and virtually everything is down. The only one that is utility. So this is typical. I mean, this is what I'd like. Utility is a bit of a flight to dividend type stocks. And that's the only positive sector. Huge difference, when you look at the change from the open. Oh, look at GME. I mean, maybe this is it, guys. Maybe this is it for the memers. But remember, this is like $100 before it's 1 for 4, okay? So we've seen that level tested before several times. All right, inch by inch, one more comment like that and you're gone, okay? All right? Yeah, in your opinion, there's no politics here, okay? Zero politics. I don't care what side of the fence you're on, okay? No politics. KSPN, guys, KSPN's again, I'm just having a tough time going long anything. Even these little guys, even these little guys, with the market doing this. I've Santos, nobody knows if it's going to go up higher. I mean, right now, 1740, 1790 got halted at 19. I have no idea. Nobody can tell you that if it's going to go higher. I mean, obviously it's got room in theory. Look left, 34.35 is the next high looking left, but nobody can know. Kramer buying CRM. We know what to do. So far, just unabated selling, guys, for almost an hour. Now here's another one with some room, guys. Tapestry TPR has some room. When you look left, the next low is about $1 away, and that is TPR. As long as the market keeps doing this, I don't see people stepping in to buy those sort of. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I see is still pretty strong. It is still pretty strong. Here's another one challenging area six flags. Next low looking left is 2220. I'm sorry, 2123, 2123, 2107. Yeah, so there might be, I mean, if it takes out 21, if 6 takes out 21, the next low looking left is 1972. Just one moment, please. So this was the trade, or is the trade of the week, guys. BTU. The trigger was 24.76. Obviously, when we woke up this morning, it was quite a bit above that. Maybe it pulls back to it. Maybe. Here's another one, guys. I mean, there's so many that have like on the downside that have some room. Airs OSH. The 200-day moving average is at 23.60, so that's about $1 away for OSH. All right, EPOW. Kind of interesting. EPOW, don't really remember this one. I guess this was maybe an IPO. I don't really remember this at all. It's 642 over here. I don't know if this is a symbol name change or an IPO. China stock, wholesale trade agents and brokers. Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, this is just, IC is definitely bucking the trend though, guys. No question about it. IC is bucking the trend. Look at this. And look what the market's doing. But it is whippy. It can be very, very whippy. All right. There's a bottoming tail now on that 10 o'clock 15-minute candle. Can the next candle possibly go green a bit? Up looks like it's halted. I know it isn't, but it's just sort of sitting here now. PUP. All right, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. VCSA, a little bit of room when you look left on the daily chart. The next high is 445. Don't know if there's any news on it. VSCA. Yeah, RIVN, it's showing up on the large cap gainers. Looks like it's got a, well, if we can somehow take out, put on 50 cents or so, then it's got a lot of room. Okay, so the question is, how do you change a chart symbol or a symbol on a chart? So just left click the chart, okay, left click on the chart that you want to change. And then in theory, all you have to do is start typing. If you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And then you just either click change or hit enter on your keyboard, and that'll change it. So left click the chart, and then when you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. Now, if it doesn't for some reason, left click the chart and then hit the space bar on your keyboard, and that should bring the change symbol box up, okay? But the but I would say that 99% of the time, left clicking on the chart, and then when you start to type, the change symbol box should pop up. I see, guys, now over 14. Let me know if that worked. Oh, good. Look at that FWBI now. Awfully careful in these little ones now. There's just zero follow. Well, not. I can't speak for every single one of them, of course, but not a lot of follow through. Space button, the space button work or the space bar. Okay. Well, this one has been pretty strong over the last few days, guys. Avaya, AVYA. All right, LFST. Let's see if this has. Okay, this has actually been pretty good. Right into the 200-day moving average. Unfortunately, 799 is a 200-day moving average, and then we've got a little bit of just a little over 8, probably some resistance. But that, that really didn't have any sort of a pullback. Hmm. Yeah, this news tab, guys, it's been a little bit buggy. Might be the development version that I'm on. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. It's getting so ugly, guys. That 15-minute candle that was momentarily a little sliver of green is now red again. So market is still selling off. Guys, can somebody check on their news tab to see if they're just getting blanks? And it might be me because I'm on a development version of this, but I want to see if it's widespread. Clicking on the news tab. News is broken. Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, no, I know. There's something going on. This has been a few days like this too, Pepe. Well, guys, I'm just really looking for shorts now. I mean, here's like ARQT. I think I mentioned this one just a little while ago. A break at 22. Yeah, break at 22. It's got room all the way down to that 200-day moving average, about $1.50 away. Well, IC is now over 14 again. That's definitely the strong one. Ah, maybe there is going to be a green candle. All right. Well, hey, listen, look at pair, guys. Pair, very interesting. 266 is the next high looking left, and after that, 315. So this has got some room. Pair does have some room if it wants to run a bit. Anyway, Here's one that is actually done not badly. Iridium, RIDM, guys. IRDM is not doing too badly. I mean, it has done its own thing. It hasn't followed the market at all. And it has maybe a little bit of room to that 4660 level. All right, guys, let's see if Iridium can hold 46 and move from there. I'm talking IRDM. It has a little bit of room, as I say, to that 4660 mark. Red bar forming here now, guys. I don't know. I'm not gonna. Leash is really, really short for this IRDM for me. Just give me a moment, please. A little bit of a move for Iridium, little bit of one. IRDM. All right, I mentioned I don't know. I looked at this KSPN a little earlier. All right, guys. Well, ISEE just made a new high. I think it's just took out the pre-market high. So other than that, I mean, that was a pretty brutal pullback in the pre-market, but it's been straight up. Not straight up, but it's been relatively straight up. The trend has been up. How's that for ISEE since the market opened? And now starting to gain some, definitely starting to gain some momentum. Hmm. All right, guys, 10:34. It's been a rapid morning. It's been a challenge. There's no question it's been a challenge, especially if you want to go long. So first of all, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So first thing I like to do is put in my homepage, a lot of information on my homepage. So we still have a promo on now for 25% off. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So that first place 25 is still valid, probably 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. It'll disappear. Okay, so if you click on Get Trade Ideas, and you can apply that first place 25. We've got for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans: annual for premium and standard, and monthly premium and standard. Okay, so the annual is 2,000, standard is 1,000, less the 25%. But do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the program. You can always start off with a standard or a premium, 118, 228. You can take the 25% off the first month only. But within 30 days, if you decide you want to take out an annual, you don't have to, but if you decide you do want to, we'll honor the 25%. So it's a good way to try us out for 25% off on a monthly basis, and then up it to an annual if you want to. And of course, the first thing you should do when you take out a subscription is the getting started. Okay, that's the very first thing you should do. Take you about 30 minutes. 10 videos, 10 short videos, the download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay, mandatory you do that first. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I mean, this week's trade of the week is BTU, excuse me, was way above the trigger price in the pre-market. So, you can wait for a pullback if you want, but I don't know what, I have no recommendation how to do it. 24.76 was the trigger. So it was over that in the pre-market. Education section, a lot of information here. Here's our user guide. I mentioned the getting started, do that first. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and certainly about this TI stock racing, okay? And lots of information in that section, the race section. There are about 3 or 4 videos, lots of text, okay? I'm gonna go over the stock racing in a bit. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today is Monday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday and Tuesday. It is Tuesday. So it should be Michael not. But Michael is on vacation. So I'm not sure who's going to be. It might be Chris. Michael's on vacation this week. I'll just have to do a confirmation. Somebody will be there anyway. And then Chris Farley is there between 3:30 and 4:30, okay? I shut the main room down at 3:30, so you want to head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30, and Chris is there. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. I guess there must be one today. I think they're on the Tuesday, Thursday this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, I mentioned Michael Noss. He put this together. It's all free. It starts off with, if you're looking for a great little course on starting out trading, introduction to charts and candlestick support, resistance, etc., all free. And then on my homepage, the scans that I'm sharing. So the race mode that you see here, and also the large cap gainers are on another monitor. I am sharing some other scans. Well, I'm not even showing a watch list here, Ram, and that's just from my homepage, okay? My homepage, my channel. I'm not even showing a watch list. This watch list is from. I mean, there are several. If you're talking about this being a watch list, you're right. My channel will have my like symbols. You can compare them. Wow, Iridium guys, yes sir. Okay, we if you took it with me, not bad, not bad. Well, you can't really analyze it in. It's a chart. It's chart now. Okay. I mean, you have to have some chart experience looking at IC. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas, really. Trade ideas, showed us in the pre-market that it was moving, okay? And there were several alerts you probably had right here in the biggest gainers from the open. But at this point, you're in chase mode. So it's not the trade ideas can help you trade this right now. You have to have some chart reading experience. And, are you going to wait for a pullback? Maybe well, it'd be a huge pullback. You see what I'm saying? So you start looking left the way I do it, but this is not trade ideas so much. This is just, my style of trading. So if I were in this one right now, I'd be looking left to see where the next highs were. And I know very close. I mean, 15 right there. If it can take out 15, then you start looking left and the next highs are at 1680, as an example. But that's really got nothing to do with trade ideas. That is chart reading experience. Trade ideas identified the potential for the trade in the pre-market when we saw this, and then it won. I guess it won one race anyway. But also in the large cap gainers, it won 7 races as an example. So it was identifying that there's a stock that is definitely worth watching all day. But how you're going to trade it, that's what you have to get some trading experience. Wow. Tuck is still inching its way down, guys. Remember, trade ideas, we're a scanner, okay? So we can alert you to stocks that, probably you can focus on, but how you trade them, that requires some trading experience. It's not the trade ideas that's going to say, okay, take this trade right here, at this price. Okay, it is Chris. Yeah, so it'll be Chris and YouTube, between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. All right, the market is actually putting in a little bit of a bounce, guys. Wow. Actually, what are we talking about here? Actually, 2 green candles in a row. Okay, guys, I'm going to talk about the races right now, okay? And a little bit difficult. I mean, unless the market really turns around a little bit. I always say that these sort of stocks here, the volatile ones, they kind of don't care what the rest of the market's doing. And to a certain extent, that is true. but you're probably not going to get the great follow through. If the market at least is flat, doesn't have to be going up, but if you get this constant selling, tough to get follow through on anything. But this is what the race is all about. Probably a better demonstration here, and this is one of the scans I'm sharing. Look how good IC is now, okay? Won 8 races. So what happens is this. So this is the top list that this is based on, the race is based on. So before we had races, what would happen is you could sort on the different columns in a top list. So if I wanted to see the ones that were up the most from yesterday, say from Friday's close, I could just double left click on the change from the close. And that would show me that IC is up 62%. And, look at the next one, only up 7%, which makes sense with the market doing what it's doing. If I want to double left click on the change from the open, what happened from the opening trade, IC still leading the way at 18%. Okay. But how do you trade this? I mean, it's great. Yeah, I can see a list. I can see all these stocks here. But how am I going to use this to my advantage? I mean, unless I stare, at a stock and see if these percentages are changing, how am I going to know if a stock is moving? And in fact, maybe it becomes tradable. So that's where the races come in. So my races are all 4 minutes long. Now I pick 4 minutes. That's just my personal preference. It doesn't have to be yours. But so when a race starts, you'll see that this race has 23 seconds left in it. Another race will begin. So what does it mean when a race begins? It means that every single stock that meets these filter requirements, in this particular case, I'll show you what they are quickly. So it has to be $500 million market cap, 50 million in the float, and a few other things, 500,000 shares between 10 and 50. If stocks meet those requirements, what will happen is you will start to see the stock that is winning the race from when the race started, okay? And you'll see a percentage. So if a stock starts to win a race, just like any other race, you'll start to see it move up to the top of the leaderboard. And you'll see the percentage that it's moved since the start of the race. Look at SHPH here on this race. So since this race started, which was about 30 seconds ago, it has moved 4.4% since the race started. Okay, that's what that number refers to. So that's why this is at the top of the leaderboard. If some other stock somewhere starts to really move and it's at 5 or 6 or 7%, it will replace this one and it'll be at the top. So this really can show you the stocks that are moving, as opposed to trying to, look at some kind of a list of stocks to say, well, I wonder what's moving right now. What if BEKE, which is only 0.8% above the open, what if it really starts to move for some reason? Now it's at 5% above the open and 10% above the open. You would obviously see that thing start to race to the top. Very difficult to see from a basically static list what is happening. So that's number one. That's what the races are all about. And you can launch any race from a top list that you construct. I'm sharing a couple of them. So that's number one. Number two, what happens is it creates automatically a top 10 list for you to follow all day long, like a watch list that you can follow all day long. Because what happens is when a stock wins a race, you can see right here, the number one stock in this particular race scan is NUTX, won 4 races. Okay, SHPH has won 4 races, etc. So as the day progresses, you will have a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. So what you can do is to say, okay, let's take a look at NUTX. It may not have won a race in a long time. You just sort of check, see what's happening. You look and you say, okay, it's kind of resting here. Either A, maybe if it pulls back to a level that I like, or if it takes out these highs here, maybe that's what I want to do. Maybe that's how I want to trade it. It's up to you. Okay. But this gives you a focus of stocks as opposed to having to create all sorts of different alert windows, top list windows, etc. And you click like mad all day long and get nothing done. If you construct one race of stocks that you probably would like to follow all day long and allow it to create a watch list for you, like Envo, here's Envo, won one race. What's it doing? Maybe nothing right now. But what if Envo had moved higher and then moved down and then was basing for a while, consolidating for a while? You could put a price alert at some level because later on in the day, it may get running again. We don't know. We just don't know. So as you see stocks, starting to move to the high, to the top of the list, click on it. You don't have to wait for a stock to be right at the top, but if you start seeing a stock moving, click on it, see what's happening. But this is where trading experience has to come in. It's not just a matter of because a stock is winning a race or moving up on the leaderboard that you just automatically take the trade. But what this allows you to do is to focus on stocks that are, in this particular case, in this one right here, these are going to be relatively volatile stocks, not necessarily what everybody wants. So that's why I created this one also, which is more, I'm not saying they're not, some of them are going to be pretty volatile also, but less volatile than this race because there's a larger market cap, larger float, larger number of shares that have to be traded, etc. Okay. So these are two race scans that I am sharing. All right, guys, keep an eye on the ADT. ADT had some news this morning. $1.5 billion investment from State Farm. I think they bought a bunch of shares at $9, and plus they added some more money. So I think it came to about a $1.5 billion investment, State Farm into ADT. So you saw the pop in the pre-market, the drop with the market. Now maybe if the market is continuing to do something like this, recovery, a stock like ADT has a shot. It got to 9 in the pre-market. Understand, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I'm laying out something for you. If it makes sense to you, if it meets your trading plan, and if you don't have a trading plan, that's why you've got to practice trading. Wow, this IRDM guys moving with the market, moving with the market. I mentioned this one. I said I was taking this one just over 45. It was doing this when the market was doing that, so that looked pretty strong. Now that the market is moving, it's really starting to move with the market. Whereas Tupperware still is moving down. Only 2 trades for me today, guys, but does not, well, the only way it considers previous races isn't just building the top 10 list all day long, okay, trading student? So every race though is just like, yeah, every race starts, every stock starts off in the same position. Whatever stock is moving the most, you will see it as it moves up to the top of the leaderboard, okay? Again, that's why the top list was okay before. If you wanted to rank stocks, show me the stocks that are up the most from the open, show me stocks that are up the most from the close, but how to use it to trade. Just because I can rank a stock and I see there's a stock, that's moved the most today, but is it moving now? How am I going to use that to trade? So if you're looking for stocks that are moving now, then the race is ideal for that. And then again, constructing a watch list for you. So something that hasn't moved for a while, maybe you haven't seen it for a while, but look at ENIC as an example. I'm just using as an example. ENIC. It won one race earlier, and now look what it's doing. Not much, but maybe it's basing. Who knows? Maybe later on in the day, it starts to run. Put a price alert at a certain level. That if you thought, well, if it takes that out, I want to know about it. I mean, there is a lot to trading, okay? This will help you identify stocks to follow all day long without having to jump around creating all sorts of different alerts, okay? And if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize enough to be able to focus on one thing. And don't worry about all the other stuff that's happening. Yeah, you're going to miss, people you'll see in the room here. People will, like myself, even I'll start posting some stocks that are interesting or talking about stocks that are interesting. Maybe it's not showing up on your race. That's okay. Get used to having a focus because that's wow. All right, this has turned into just a great trade, guys. I don't know how many took it with me, but IRDM, there was the level right there, up to 47. I said, possibility. Actually, I said 47.60, so this is above this now. So now, if you're looking at the large cap gainers from the open, we should start to see some pretty good moves here. So of course, the step is always, EVH showed up, but the step is always now, how much room do they have before they hit the next highs? So, EVH, I would not be taking this trade, even though it's what was moving up to the top, not a huge percent. Understand, we're not going to get the huge percentages here. These are a little more calm type trades here, okay? Or ideas compared to these ones, which can have, really huge percentage moves. But with huge percentage moves comes bigger risk because you can have a huge move up, can have as big or more move down. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, if you took the Iridium with me, here's your big level. Can it take out 47? I've just taken some off, guys, in case it can't take out that whole number. But there's 47 right there, I believe. 46.96. Okay, so it's right at that level. And this basically was a counter trend play because I just looked at what happened before. Remember what the market was doing. We had when the market opened, we had 45 minutes straight down. When this one opened, it was 45 minutes straight up. So this was definitely counter. Well, it's not going to show up here. I think I've got a price. Can't remember what my could have shown up. Ah, you know what? The reason it didn't show up is because now the volume is okay. I think I have a 200,000 share minimum here. Okay, so it's only now 296. So it was too light on the volume early. And it wouldn't show up here on this one, the large cap gainers from the open, because my minimum volume is 500,000 shares here. So the iridium, I had this heart. This is it. This was in my like. Okay, I'm not sure why, to be honest, because it didn't really fit the bill for something that I would normally like. But I must have done some work over the weekend and I hearted it. So I do have a my like symbols that I on my other monitor that I do take a look at. You can see it right there. So it must have been top of this list here. I can't share it because it's my like symbols. Okay, I can't share my liked. Wow, boy, it might take out 47. Low volume too. I admit I didn't know the volume was that low. Probably saw the relative volume was high, but I mean the volume is not huge, but I think I mentioned, yeah, guys, this NUTX. I did not take this one. The NUTX just says it was basing over 3, and that popped all the way up to 3, almost 350. Great percentage move. GCT. Well, be careful. Obviously, be careful. This is another one of those crazy IPOs from a couple of weeks ago. It's just showing up on this race here. Box D now. Box D, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to be very active. Yeah, I'm just not interested. I just don't think. I think it's too much stuff to get through. I would just use a race, Luke. Okay, I would use a race, and because the race will give you, and you can just set up your top list with, with stocks above five. So in other words, if I looked at my top list right here, so all I would do, do you have my race by any chance? Because all you have to do then is just make that minimum $5, okay? And most of these are going to be momentum. I mean, they're just going to be momentum stocks. And as far as pullbacks are concerned, look what happens when you click on in the watch list. Again, I'm trying to convince you guys that, you know, just get focused on one thing. On the in the watch list, you could see some stocks that have pulled back. Maybe just click. There's only 10 symbols to click on over the course of a day. Just click on it periodically and check to see. So look at our ARDX. You might look at that, go, you know what? I don't want to take it right now, but maybe if it pulls back to 113, I'm just as an example. So put a price alert there at 113. You'll get a notification, and then you can decide if you want to take the trade. Okay. I mean, these are going to show you momentum stocks. Yeah, well, if you have my race starts at 9:30 and it runs right to 6 o'clock, okay, Eastern time. So you can see the post-market movers too in it. But yeah, my race starts at 9:30. You can start the race in the pre-market if you want, but my race starts at 9:30. Because well, if you're interested in something like this, okay, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, Luke, in terms of experience, but I do have, these are reversals, topping plays and bounce plays. You can take a look at this too from my homepage. I call this for advanced traders. It's from Zach, but you can certainly have it if you want. But just, remember, bounce plays and reversals are not easy. But you can see, but if you want to see stocks that potentially could reverse, click on my homepage link and go to the scan section. And then right here, Zach's bouncers and toppers, okay? No, my homepage, okay? My homepage link, I just put it in again. Click on my homepage link. It's not on TI's website, okay? It's my homepage. And then when you click on it, a lot of information, okay? Obviously, take out a subscription, etc. But my scans are here, the ones I'm sharing. Click here, and there it is, Zach's bouncers and toppers. Those are basically reversal plays, okay? So Mohammed, do you have trade ideas, right? Do you have my scan? Do you have the race scan? Okay. I mean, if you want to see the top list, you can. There's no real reason to see it, but if you want to see it, if you have this, just right click and open the top list. Okay? There's no reason. I don't watch it. I don't look at it. But if you want to see it, you can. Okay? I mean, you want to see, so the races, so again, right click, open the top, right click on the window, open the top list, and here it is. For me, there's no reason to see it. I just let this tell me what I want to see. I'll let the race scan tell me what I want to see. Now, again, I keep You can create your, and this is to anybody, of course, you can create your own top list, guys, all right? With the parameters that you want. This is what I want. But so if, no, so if stocks are between 1 and 50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from yesterday, from, well, Friday in this case, closed, then it's going to look for these stocks and tell me which ones are moving. Okay? Not the top 10. No, 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 no. It's a, if any stock meets these requirements between $1 and $50 in my top, in this one, is what I'm launching the race on. Okay? But obviously, other people might want, well, I don't like that price range. Fine. You can change it if you want 10 and 100, if you want a different minimum volume, if you don't care it being up from the close or you want it higher from the close, or you want to add relative volume, you want to add some other filters, that's fine. Okay, so Luke, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Right underneath, I just put my homepage link. Okay, there's my homepage link. Okay, that's okay, don't worry. And then go to the scan section and there are the scans that I'm sharing. All right, guys, all I got left is tough. Iridium, you got to be paying attention, of course. It tried to get through 47. It did get briefly, and now I have none left. So understand, guys, I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody what to buy, what to sell, when, if you're in the trade, you have to have a trading plan. You know, you can't rely on anybody else to tell you, you know, what to buy, when to sell, and if you're in a trade, when to get out some. That's why we have a simulator. So all you have to do is click on Sim. And this is only, by the way, the races and the simulator only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, these are not available. And all you have to do to use a simulator is click on the Brokerage Plus. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Brokerage Plus, okay? And then click on, when you do that, this is what you'll see. It should say not connected. So you'll have a window that looks like this. You may have different columns, but that's okay. It'll say not connected. Then underneath Brokerage Plus, there are two options. Click on simulation, and then it'll change from not connected to account. Click on account, and then it'll pop up simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker if you're still wondering or thinking about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service, and you're set to go. You click on an alert, symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want, and practice trading. See, I wouldn't take this trade. CPTN, you know, I just look left. I just see too much resistance. You know, what I want to see, if for me to take CPTN right now as an example, what I would want to be able to do is when I look left on a daily chart, I want to see that next high far enough away. So for instance, if the next high had been, you know, up here in this, excuse me, 230 area, 500,000, yeah, there's $500,000 in the simulator, okay, trading student. But this is what I would do. You know, don't go crazy, because even though we give you 500,000 or $100,000, and there is a way to create your own little simulated trading account, but without getting too complicated, I would only trade. In other words, if you've only got a $5,000 account or a $10,000 account, don't take 50,000 shares of a $1 stock just because you can, in our simulator as an example. Try to keep it real. In other words, based on how much capital you actually have. So again, if I wanted to take this trade right now, though, I can just pick how many shares I want to trade. I click the buy button and click send, and now I'm in the trade. It'll just take a second for it to show up. So now I'm in the trade, okay? So I can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade by the end of the day, then that becomes a swing trade. And to get out of a trade, simple. Just highlight the trade and flatten it. Okay, just wanted to show you how you do this sort of stuff. There's another way you can quickly get into a trade, and that's by clicking on the buy button. The buy button will buy $5,000 worth at the price you're at, okay? Or you could also do something like this. If I wanted to take this trade, but I don't want to take it right here, but if it pulled back to 162, this area here, if that's your trading style, and you just click the buy button, and then you see the crosshairs, and I basically just drop the price right there, left click, and then you'll see a blue line, 163, and there's a stop at 156. It puts the stop at the low of the day. That's not necessarily what you want to do in terms of a trading plan. We're just trying to make it easy though, because at this point now you can raise the stop. But this is why you've got to practice trading. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. Well, just what I did. It'll go in at the, if you're going long, it'll go in at the, just give me a moment here. But that's why when you're talking about the spread, you want to, you don't want to take something that has like a terrible spread typically, okay? So when you buy something, you're going in at the ask. So but when it hits that price, if it hits that price on any order, it'll take the trade. Wow. Tup was just awesome. No real reason to have ever exited if you took that one. I mean, how awesome was it, guys? When we look left, remember now, we saw this one right about here, and when we look left, the next low was about $2 away. 820. I mean, that's just, on a $10 stock to get almost $2. All right, guys, let's see. What time is it now? 11:19. I mean, this is moving, guys. Obviously, GCT, you just got to be really careful. I mean, it's got a probably what's the spread like? Spread isn't the worst I've seen for this GCT 23.15, 23.37. It's still not great, but again, this is one of those ones that China stock. That where's it? Singapore, Hong Kong stock got all the way up to almost $62. Of course, Mohammed, that's the whole idea. You can run the race on your top list criteria. When you say, can I customize the race? I mean, that's the whole idea of, again, if I look at my top list, I don't have very many filters. Just between 1 and 50, 200,000 minimum, up 2%. But if you want to add relative volume, if you want to add, a volume burst in 5 minutes, it's up to you. You want to change the price range. But of course, so when you say, can I customize the race? You customize it within the top list, excuse me, and then launch the race on it. So create your top list, and then you right click, launch the race. I mean, you know, what I'm running my race on is not, necessarily the be all and the end all. It's what I like, but doesn't have to be what you like or anybody else likes, right? Does that answer your question? Well, we do have some reversal bars, Lucky Dog. The question is, what can trade ideas scan for in terms of reversal bars? If I just type, I don't use these, but I mean, you can try. If I type in reversal, let's just see what happens. So here we go. 2-minute green bar reversal, 5-minute, 15, 60, and then red bar. So we've got these time frames. Okay, well, there you go. So a 15-minute green bar reversal and a 15-minute red bar reversal. These are alerts, okay? So all you do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, search, and then type in reversal, and you'll get those reversals that I was showing you, okay? Some of the things, I mean, you might not have as much slippage, okay, in a simulator, but I wouldn't worry about that too much because I mean, if you're going to practice trading, you could be practicing for several months, okay, and if depending on what you're trading, I mean, if the spread is not bad, 2, 3, 4 cents, which is not terrible, your slippage shouldn't be terrible. Other than that, I wouldn't worry about things like that. Slippage meaning, when you take a trade and if something is really moving quickly, you may not get the fill you want like if you're trading for real. okay, if something is really, really moving quickly. But here's PNT as an example. The bid is 767, the ask is 770. Not terrible, 768. But if you saw a bid of 768 and an ask of 820, first of all, don't trade those. Again, the spread, if you're on, this is the spread right here, guys, okay? The difference between the bid and the ask, 384, 388. So it's a 4-cent spread. Not terrible. You could put a small spread in the filter, yep. Understanding, though, that when you get the alert, that will be the spread. Half a second later, the spread can really change, though. Okay? But yeah, if you said only show me stocks, when I get an alert, only show me stocks that have like a 4-cent spread, max. Sure, at the time of the alert, it could be 4 cents. By the time you want to take the trade, it could be 10 cents. Okay? Understand that. But listen, if you're just starting out, I wouldn't concern myself so much. You're sort of diving into the weeds there a little bit. I wouldn't concern myself so much with that. You'll see the spread. You can see the spread right there, the bid ask. Just get used to taking trades. Boy, tough. It's just been, you want, print out this 15-minute chart, guys. This is what you want to see. This is the type of trade you want to take, be it on the upside or the downside. I mean, obviously flip it on the upside, something that would look like this. I mean, this had just the most minor green bar right there. Otherwise, it's just been kind of straight down in a controlled fashion. No reason to have ever really got out of the trade. Yeah, I never really looked at SMR, Dave, after I mentioned it. Yeah, a little bit like the Iridium, but this has kept its gains. All right, guys. So let's take a look at ARQT. Is kind of interesting. Spread kind of widened a bit, but ARQT, I mean, the same sort of thing. Look left. Look how much room it's got underneath. Next, I mean, there's the 200-day, 1971. That is certainly far enough away. That's kind of corresponds to that low there. So it had a little bit of a pull up, maybe with the market, but if this red bar continues, this could just keep moving down. Spread's a bit of an issue. Oh, top just made another new low. Any news on Tupperware? I didn't really see any news for it. I mean, it's on an earnings play. You see, this has become shortable from, not that I'm looking at it right now, but the GCT at Interactive Brokers, 7,000 shares only. I'm sure they're going to get snapped up pretty quickly. Yeah, that's 100. You know, I've got a, back is talking about GME, so that's the old 100. Remember, did a one for four forward split, so that's like 100 before. This is not been very kind to all those who thought, I'm not talking about in this room, but you know, all those conspiracy theorists out there that thought, man, once I do this forward split, get the price down to even a better level, people will come piling into this. It hasn't happened. Not even close. Oh, there could have been a few blue collar. They just don't talk. They were just too shy to say it. Definitely not me. I actually wanted to try. I was, but you heard me earlier. Well, quite a bit earlier now, a couple 3 weeks ago. I was looking to trade this one from 40 to 42, back to 40 to 43. See if it could hold 40. Just as a intraday trade. You know, this is. I mean, again, maybe not today, but take a look at FXLV. Boy, oh boy, I mean, you can see, so this is what I would do. I would put a price alert around 284, okay? Why? So that blue line is going to show up. Why? Because you can see if it can take that level out at some point, it may not happen today. It may never happen. But if it does, then you start looking left and I mean, this has got all sorts of room You know, it's got a dollar, and then if it can somehow get to the 4 level, I mean, that is a big percentage move. Now, whether it happens or not, we don't know, but that's why you just put a price alert. Don't anticipate it's going to happen. In other words, don't take the trade now thinking it will. Wait for it to happen and then make up your mind. Yeah, it doesn't help you, but 50,000 shares at Interactive Brokers for Apron to short doesn't help you, I know, William. All right, guys. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Again, I'll put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and head over there to listen to Chris for an hour if you'd like. Oh. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. It's actually going to be about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, so we had a question in our YouTube room, Cyrus. Don't see my automated Holly AI trades in my IBKR account. All right, probably. Have you used this before? Okay, number one, have you used this before? In other words, is this the first time you're not seeing the trades, or is this the first time you're actually trying? So, Cyrus, can you hear me? Because one of the things could be your limit offset. Okay. So, do you know what the limit offset means? Because what happens is you might get an alert at, let's take a look at play, an alert at 42.52. Okay. Now, first of all, you've never, okay, you shouldn't be, you're trying to, you shouldn't be doing this, Cyrus. Okay. In my opinion, have you practiced in the simulator first? I mean, have you practiced using the AI automated trading in the simulator first? I would not do it. I would not connect to my live account until you practice in the simulator to see how it works. But if you know what the limit offset is, then it's possible that, I'm looking at play. I mean, I have no idea how fast play was moving, but 42.52 was the alert. Okay. So what is your limit offset? I can just see right there. So if your limit offset is like 3 cents or 4 cents, it may not take the trade as an example. Other than that, I can't tell you. But that's typically the reason. Now, Chris will be in the YouTube room in about 15 minutes. He's a lot more experience with it than I do. But that is typically the reason, I think. You have a 40 cent offset, 40 cent, not a 4 cent or a 40 cent offset, Cyrus. That's a huge offset. But so is that a 40 cent or is that a typo? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So again, did you mean to say 4 cents or 40 cents? 4 cents, yeah. So, I mean, it's possible that every one of those trades were moving so quickly that they moved outside of your offset that you could take the trade. It's possible. I mean, I don't know for sure. More than likely the play, as an example. I mean, I don't know what the spread was. I mean, I can see the spread on play right now is 7 cents. Okay, right now I don't know what it was when you tried to take the trade, but if you have a 4 cent offset, you probably wouldn't have got that trade. The other ones I don't know. Okay, well you get the alert at that price, but by the time, even if it's trying to auto trade it, it could have been outside that limit offset. They were not, then they would not be triggered. Now, were the strategies on? Of course, that's the other thing. Did you turn all the strategies on? I'm assuming you did. If you practiced in the simulator before, then you knew you had to turn them on. So when you go to strategies, when you go to strategies, you know, I'm assuming, not strategies, but the Holly, sorry, assuming they have to be, of course, they have to be turned on. I guess I should have asked that first, but. And you're right, as Pepe is saying, every strat. But I see. I'm assuming though, because you said you practice in the simulator, that you know to do all this. That every strategy has to be, because even in the simulator, you have to assign it. But you know what? Chris will be in the room in about 12 minutes or so. And again, he's got way more experience. I'll never auto trade. I'll never auto trade. Okay. So I don't, and I don't think he does either, but he might be able to take a look. You might have to send your files in. He'll show you how. Well, you can customize, Luke, if you've got my race, if you've got it, okay, then, and if you want to right click and then open the top list, now you can take this and now customize it. Okay, right click, configure, summary. Now, if you want to make some changes, price range, anything else, add some filters in, and then customize the top list, and then run the, and then once you've customized it to what you like, and then right click, launch the race based on your customization. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'd be really, I mean, Cyrus, I don't know how it worked for you in the simulator with the AI, but I'd be really, really careful about trying to automate the AI and taking trades. I mean, we don't recommend it. I know you're able to do it, but we don't recommend it. So certainly not on the exit. See, I just don't agree with auto trading. I would much rather, I mean, for the time it takes for me to click on an alert and then check to see what's happening quickly, then I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade. If I click on this escrow and it's at 115 and I'm checking around and it takes two or 3 seconds before I make the trade, and all of a sudden it goes to 130, so be it. Okay. I'm not gonna go crazy because all of a sudden it moves so quickly on me. I'm always, always, always just want to see what is happening. What's the market doing? Quickly sizing things up. If auto trading were a thing, believe me, I'd be doing it. When I say a thing, if I thought I could make money auto trading, I would be doing it. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in to the main room. And then you can head over there. Chris will be there probably in about 5 minutes or so. Okay. And you can head over there while I take my break. So when Chris is in the room, he might be able to help you, Lucky. I don't use that type of scan, okay, but he might, or he might have a better idea than I do. And as far as the Bollinger Band, I mean, I know he's got a couple of Bollinger Band races that he runs, so he may have a better idea than I do, okay? And I said, he'll be there in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I think you can define the number of red candles or green candles. I think it has to just be a minimum, but you can ask him, especially about the Bollinger Bands. I know he uses some kind of a scan that has Bollinger Bands in it, so you can ask him. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Still hanging on to most of this top short, guys. I mean, there's still that room down here, 818. I'm not saying it's getting there, but still hanging on to it. That got me out of a little bit right there, that little green blip right there. Other than that, though, I'm just gonna see what happens. Keep riding this down best I can for the top TUP. TTWO, let's take a look before I take my break. TTWO, let's see if there's any news on this. I mean, I don't see any like real news. I mean, I do see confirm maintaining a buy. See if they put a price target on it. 157. Well, the price target is cut to 157 from 162, but it's still up there. I don't know if that's the news.
Do you have yourself on mute or the tab on mute? Can you hear me, Barry?
Yeah, so the Smart Stop Remin is the Smart Stop is calculated every time you click on an alert. There's a Smart Stop, okay? And it's just, it looks at the 15-minute candle volatility and the high and the low of the day. It feeds those numbers in and it generates what's called the Smart Stop, okay? It's a guide. So every time I click on a symbol, so I just clicked on SLQT. So what it's saying is that, okay, as a guide, if you took this trade at 112, you know, the Smart Stop would be 103. How that is derived, again, it takes a look at the 15-minute candle volatility, the high and the low of the day, puts those numbers into the system, and it generates a Smart Stop. This will change, of course, all day long, because if SLQT went up to 120 and I clicked on it later, then that smart stop will adjust itself, if that makes sense. The stop that's generated by the AI, that's just part of the program, okay? I mean, the AI for that particular strategy, it's probably very similar, but it's not going to look the same because it probably doesn't say smart stop on the screen. But again, it's just a computer program that, yeah, just a minute. Just a minute. I think I have you on mute. Sorry, Chris, I had the site on mute.
I figured as much. I was trying to get in here early to get you out.
Okay, you're in.
All right, give me one
There are
second.
some B plus questions, so maybe you can answer those.
I will do my darndest. All right, I swapped the screen and you are off and running.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We'll
You
talk
got
to you
it. We'll
about
see
an
you in about
hour.
an hour. Sounds good. So happy pseudo Monday, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I am filling in for Mr. Michael Moss. He's taking a couple of days today, or a couple of days this week, I should say, today being one of them. And we'll get right to it here. So Barry said there were some questions as far as Brokerage Plus goes or something else. So if you had any questions, I'm not sure what he's answered yet in the list of things I see here in the YouTube chat. So just go ahead and if you can repost those questions for me, and I will do what I can to answer those. Iris, how are you? And aside from that, market's doing what the market's been doing, really. And again, any of those questions, just please pop those back in for me. Alrighty, there we go. So looking for a scan that can show me reversal bars at or below a lower band on the Bollinger Band indicator. So we don't have a way to scan for bars individually like that, but we do have Bollinger Bands as a filter. So you could, let me bring up an alert window here. So you can put in Bollinger, and these are the options you're going to be given here. And then you would add that, so let's say you were looking at 15-minute bands, you could add that filter. You can use the show me function here. And as you enter values, it'll give you what the scan would be trying to return to you. So for example, if you put 100 in here, say show me stocks where the price is at least 100% above the way, or 100% of the way above the lower Bollinger Band, for example. When it comes to those candle patterns that you're looking at, we do have some alerts around those. Let me scroll around and show you what we offer there. All right, so these are what you'll find in here. These different dojis, hammers, hanging man. We do have some bullish and bearish engulfing, piercing, dark cloud cover, bottoming, topping tails, and then we get into some narrow bar range stuff. So those would be the ones that you find there. If you're looking for this stuff more on daily charts, we have a symbols list. You can go to add existing list, and you could scan for things like that. So let's see, if you click the daily here on this, and you'll see some of those for the daily pattern. So that means that the prior day it had these candles, these kinds of candles is what you'd be looking at. Most of what we do for filters anyways is going to be in time frames, not in candles. We don't really compare candles well. It's one of the things we don't actually do that well is comparing candles, but we have time frames instead. So not quite potato, but pretty close. And so you can find things like this, change. And you can find change in dollar or percent values in these different time frames versus a change in the specific candle. You're working on the time frame. Same with position and range. So again, in your position and ranges here, you'll have these in different time frames and percents, and of course range, if that was something you were looking for, on these range filters here as well. So a few different ways that you can look at those data points like that, and for building of scans. You could do that, Lucky Dog. I think there's two ways that I suggest for going about when you're building an alert window. And it'll depend on the data you're looking for and how much data you really want to see. You can start with selecting a whole bunch of alerts and then adding the filters you want. And then as the scan goes forward, seeing what's returned to you for results, how the alerts are interacting with the filters, because these alerts will all act independently of each other, but the alert must be triggered with the filters satisfied in order to trigger the actual alert. Or you can go the opposite way and say, let me start with one or two of these alerts with the filters I want, and then rotate different ones in. The reason why I suggest the two different ways is the first way that I suggested, where you select a lot of alerts, you may get flooded with alerts, and it may just be too much data for you to really process realistically all at once. The opposite can also happen, where if you don't select enough alerts, you're not getting anything. You're not getting any results returned to you. So it's, one of those trial and error things that it will come to. And of course, keep in mind an hour and a day or even a week doesn't necessarily make a full or it's the word I'm looking for, full or perfect set of data to make assumptions on the scan. And especially, when you've got scans that are looking for bullish moves or bullish setups, and we're in a bear market like we are, the odds are that the scan is probably not going to return a ton of data, and or B, a ton of reliable data. When I say reliable, I mean actionable data. The data itself is all correct. It just may not be alerts that are following through well, that you may be, hindered in that sense. So, these are things to keep in mind and what our expectations should or shouldn't be. So let me know if that helps. I mean, I could select a bunch of these and throw in something for you as a template and send it over and share it if that's something you want, done. I also generally, when it comes to building a scan, I find that less filters at the beginning is better. I'd rather see a bunch of stuff come in and see how I like or don't like the alerts that are coming in with those filters, and then adjust the filters themselves, the values of those filters as I move forward, and or add other filters that I may think are beneficial to the scan itself as I move forward. I personally think I'd rather have more data at the beginning and then tone that data back based on what I'm seeing, like, and don't like. You don't have to. I would even suggest starting with no data input as far as that goes. So if you select it, you add the alert and you come to here, I would say leave this empty for now, okay? And then move forward from there afterwards and see if you want to make any adjustments. And if you ever have questions on what's exactly going on in these alerts and what this window specific, the alert specific filter alert here does, this filter part of it on any, you could right click and come to help. It's going to give you this definitions page. The first part will take you here to the actual definition of the alert or filter. The second part, if you scroll down, you can see that this is set up in 3 different sections. So first is the definition of the alert. Second will be the alert specific filter. Again, that's going to be this part of the alert, this part here, and you'll see what these different filters in the alerts themselves do. All right. And then last, but well, least in this case, I guess, last and least is the window specific filter definitions here and how those function. So again, I think less is more at the beginning. You want a large sample size, I think, of data that's coming in, seeing what works, why it works, how it works, and when it works. And then you can begin to narrow those data sets afterwards. Close in possibly if you were looking at, again, let me bring up in the filters, you know, maybe you start with something kind of wide, and you don't have to enter a minimum and maximum value on filters. You can enter just a minimum or a maximum value on the filters as well. And I suggest, again, starting with something wide to let in a good amount of data. And then as you move forward and you say, you know, I don't like the way something looks, or I don't like the charts that it's returning to me, then you can close that down afterwards and say, you know, for example, let's say you start at 100 on here, and then you decide, you know, that's letting in too much, or it's not letting in enough. You know, you can bring it down to 80, for example. So there becomes some trial and error with these based on the individual things that you're looking for, of course. Let me know if that all makes sense and if I'm covering what you're looking for well. If I didn't explain something well, or you need some more explanation on any one specific item, or any 2 or 3 specific items, of course. And of course, if anybody else has questions here, you know, it's an open forum. I will get to everybody. So just please make sure you pop those questions in. If you've popped something in I didn't touch on, it seems like I might have missed it. I never would miss anything on purpose. Just sometimes the chat gets a little jammed up on me here with multiple screens going. So just please, you know, throw that question in again, and I'll make sure that I get to it. So with that said, and while I wait for Lucky to respond back on some of what I've commented on, not a whole lot of action for me personally here today. I didn't like the way the market set up this morning. I was very skeptical of that gap up that was showing this early this morning at about 5 o'clock in the morning. And then, you know, that started to fade, and we ended up with really no gap up. The SPY couldn't push through this level. Anybody that knows me well knows how I feel about this level right here. It's 393.94 level. We couldn't push through it. We come underneath, made new monthly, or well, we're in a new month. I would have said made new monthly lows, but we're in a new month. So of course it's new monthly lows. With that said, you know, we had a bounce here just under that SPY 390. And again, we just cannot get through that level. I do believe that we are headed back to the year lows at some point. Remember, at some point, we will get a bounce. That's the way this all works, right? Your biggest bull runs come in bear markets. 2001, 2, 3, for example, after the dot-com crash, we saw some big bull runs in the great financial crisis as the market continued to crater long-term throughout that over the couple of years there. So that's kind of where things are. You know, I think this was a really good example of people getting complacent and head fakes. I think there's a lot of people that got snake bit up here, unfortunately. It's the name of the game, though. Every market is guilty until proven innocent. So all bull markets, you know, are guilty of being bull markets. On pullbacks, they remain bull markets until it becomes a bear market, and vice versa. All bear markets are guilty of being bear markets, even on the bounces, until we make a new bull market. So that's where we live in the world of the overall market for now. I'm new and automated Holly trades. Anything you can explain and have time to do so, please do. Okay, so first, I would really love when you have some time. Don't do it now while we're in the live session, but please take this link and bookmark it, okay? I did a video here on setting up Holly and automation in the simulator. I put some realistic thoughts to Holly being in automation. Every single person here will tell you, whether you emailed in and asked about Holly, or, you know, before you signed up, or you've had back and forth since signing up that Holly is best as human and machine and not to be left to just do her own thing. It was never the intention of Holly. The reason being, and I think everybody will agree with me, is that Holly makes some really great entries and she makes some not so great exits. It's just, the function of Holly. She is not a higher order of thinking, adjusting on the fly. One of the main reasons for that is we do not hold the order. So when you send the order, when the order gets sent to IB or E-Trade, it is sent. Let's pretend that's your filling order. Here's your closing order to the upside. Here's your closing order to the downside. Those orders are sent all at the same time. And as soon as this gets filled, these go live and they cannot adjust on their own because we're not holding them and the broker does not adjust like that. So that's, just simple market mechanics 101. However, I think if you run Holly in moderate mode is what my suggestion would be. And then you see, you made an entry and let's say she makes a really nice move on that entry. You take that stop and bump it up yourself. You could change that order and put a different stop in. Maybe she makes a really good move off the entry and you decide, I want to close it. You can cancel the prior closing orders and then just close the order yourself. That's where I think human machine is very important. Holly doesn't wake up and had a fight with her brother, her sister, her mother, her husband, her wife, her daughter, her cousin, whatever it is. Holly doesn't have a mood swing during the day. She just knows what was input and how to run those strategies like that. And that's it. So it cuts as a double-edged sword in that sense. Holly also doesn't know that all of a sudden oil numbers came out and she might have been trading oil stocks. And all of a sudden now oil is looking bearish or bullish, flipping the script on the position she was in. She doesn't know that. She can't read the news like that, right? So again, this is why human and machine, I think, is best. Holly doesn't know that North Korea shot a missile over Japan. Holly doesn't know that there's an election going on. There's no way to account for these things currently. So that's why I really stress again over and over again human and machine as far as Holly goes. What I'd also note is that if you look at setting up Holly here, let me bring over Holly. Where are you, Holly? I'm trying to find the Holly tab that I want to bring over from Brokerage Plus. Okay, I suppose I'll have to do it like this. All right. So if you look at the Holly tab here and you come to edit the long strategies, for example, and this will apply to editing all strategies, of course, you're going to see, do you want to go in at limit or market, right? This is the decision you have to make. What happens if Holly's trades that she's putting out all have 10, 15, 20 cent spreads on them? Again, no way to account for that. You don't really want to go in at market on those, especially if, let's say, they're $5, $10, $15 stocks. You get filled at the top of the spread, on the buy, you get filled at the bottom of the spread on the sell. That's not going to be very beneficial to you. That's going to be massive slippage. So, you have to decide what is the limit offset I want to go in at if you're going limit, right? How much am I willing to give up to get that trade? How much am I willing to risk or fix shares, things like that. These all become very personal things. There is no right or wrong way to do it. And we don't have Holly in a live account to show results going one way or the other, because there are literally infinite possibilities that you could set up. You could set up moderate risk, risking $30 with a 1 cent offset or 2 cent offset or 3 cent offset. And then you could change that to a conservative and change those offsets or go to a market. So there's no cookie cutter way to do that kind of setup. There's an infinite amount of possibilities and there's no way we could possibly run Holly in all those accounts like that. So these are things that I highly recommend putting in the simulator, testing them in that regard. And just remember that the simulator can't really show you slippage, right? It can give you a ballpark figure, but you will have to, take that ballpark figure And then as you move to live trading, start with small risk amounts. I think especially if you were, let's say, at a $30,000 account or $35,000 account, I wouldn't go out risking $1,000 per trade. I think that would be, very unsafe to do. Start with risking $30 or $50 a trade. Any kind of automation, I think at first, the first step once you go live is not about making money. It's about making sure things work first and foremost. Then as they look like they work, you start to slowly increase that towards the profitable sense. And then understand that market mechanics are just going to vary from day to day, and that we're in a bear market. Keep these things in mind and keep realistic. Holly's not a money printer. She never was. We've never advertised her as such. We put the performance of Holly right up there on the website as far as, if you were to do this as moderate, and we don't consider slippage involved in this. So let's, look at Holly. Where are you? This is right here, not hidden anywhere. And we can see here, in moderate mode, risking $100 per trade, slippage and commission are ignored. And we can see this nice move that Holly makes here, a move up, a little move up, a sideways, a nice pop, a pullback, a nice move up, a little pullback, a nice move up. And then we've been kind of flat a little over a year with Holly to this point, right there, front and center. So that's why I think human and machine, once again, human and machine, I'm always going to pound that out, that I think that is the way to absolutely go. So went off on a tangent for a while. Let me check back in here on the questions. I added candle alerts and Max Bollinger bands. A lot of alerts. None look good. I'll have to fine tune. If you have something to share, I'd appreciate it, but only if there's time. We'll circle back in a moment here, and we'll share something out. Chris, can you build a scanner based on TS and high volume? I don't know what TS is. I would venture a guess time and sales. And if that's what you're looking at, no, there's no way to do time and sales. Sorry, I can do high volume, sure. Well, I would just point you towards this here, this momentum scan here. I have a couple of scans that I'll share. High of day. So here's a high of day momentum scanner. It's a multi-window. It's got things cordoned off by a few different things. So there you go on that. And I would also go with this here, Extreme High Low Pro from Andy. This is going to give you both new highs and new lows from the day with some really extreme volumes. All right, so that's where I'd point you to with that. Point you to those couple of scanners there for you, Iris. I know today's not a good day for anything, but my technical issue is that I made 2 entries and exits for me, but do not see those trades in my IB account. All right, if they're not in your IB account, there could be several different things going. Did you select the account on Holly? Again, when you set up Holly, you don't just right-click and enable the strategies, right? You got to right-click, edit long trading instructions, and this is all stuff that I go over in the video. And while the video is for the simulator, it applies to live trading too. You got to come in here, select your account in here to make sure you're pointed at the right account, and you do that for the short strategies. Right click short strategies as well. So I go over all that there. You can also email me. So you can also do this for me. You can go to, this is back to the Holly situation here for Bezavi. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name. Help send files to support. Click that, okay? And then email me to support@trade-ideas.com and say, I emailed the support files about Holly. support@trade-ideas.com. All right. And I can look on the back end on those files and it'll tell me what was going on there. What do you say for the one who starts with $6,000? How much should risk? I can't tell you, Mohammed, what to take for risk, but, I would say, I wouldn't be risking. It should be a comfort thing. I wouldn't be risking more than I'm comfortable risking. I don't know, maybe you're comfortable risking $50 a trade, $100 a trade, and keep in mind what percentage of your account that is, right? So $1,000 would be 1/6 of your account, right? You know, $100 would be 1/60th of your account, you know. So I would put it in that kind of perspective and say to you, thinking about a down draw, what are you comfortable with on a down draw from that number right there? So that's where I would in turn have to push it towards you. I can't tell you what to risk. You know, I'm not a financial advisor. I am by law not allowed to say that. RS. I'm not sure what RS means still. Sorry, Iris. RS. I'm trying to think. RS. Oh, race-based strong, like relative strength. Okay. I gotcha. No worries. Ask the questions away. I never want someone to not ask a question here because they think they're taking up my time. Please. That is why we do these. Ask the questions, right? We keep poking and prodding until we get there. As far as relative strength, I don't like volume on relative strength in the sense of this. If we take this relative strength scanner that I have here from the open, and I'll share it with everybody. Again, you know, I've shared this many times, but for anybody new, I want to share this again. Relative strength from the open, share, copy. Okay. Yes, Happy, you could back test individual stocks. You would just point the alert window at that individual stock and then run the back test from there. So you use a symbols list to do that. Let me know if you're familiar or not familiar with that. So here in this race, if I go to configure, all right, this advanced. All right, here we go. And go to configure. You're going to see that I don't really have volume metrics in here other than I want to see that it's trading today. I don't want to see a stock that traded 100,000 shares. I want to see it as traded a little bit. But you'll see I don't use relative volume. And I only have this 5-minute volume filter in here just to make sure the stock is trading and it wasn't just a few large lots that got it into the window. The reason why I do this is because you're going to have a lot of stocks that'll look like, let me see if I can find something. Of course, everything. All right, so pair. Is this going to be one? No, darn it. I'm going to find one, I swear. Okay, here we go. So GCT, been very active, right? Look at the relative volume on this, though. Only 0.44, right? But it's traded 2.3 million shares. So it's not volume heavy, but it's very liquid, the stock, right? If that makes sense. So what happens if you got a day where you got a bunch of stocks, the market's moving up, nothing's going crazy, but you got stocks just kind of moving up nice and steady, got good relative strength, right? But their relative volumes are all really low, but they've all traded, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 million shares. You would miss every one of those trades because of that. So for me, by sorting on the change from open, you're showing me the strongest stocks from the open, and then just adding an overall shares traded filter like I've done. You're showing me stocks that have some liquidity to them, but they may not, be doing anything crazy, So for example, now, this is a double-edged way of showing this, but Apple, Apple's traded 36 million shares. It's barely doing over what it's normally doing, though, right? So what happens if I had a 3 in the relative volume and Apple was having its day today? Now, it's not, obviously, but Apple is the market. The market is the Apple. So that's where this is the double-edged sword and showing it. My point being is this, right? By scanning for just high volume, I'm missing out on relative strength. So I think that's one of those things you don't have to pick or choose, but just know by adding volume, you might be picking and choosing without knowing it by missing out on some of the relative strength that's going on in the market. So that's just my personal opinion. I'm trying to find a good example of this here, but of course, the ones that were good examples earlier in the day are not here in the window as of now. Let's see if I can find anything here. All right, so ESTE. All right, we're up from the prior day's close. You know, it reversed. It's moving back up, right? Had falling volume, but it's got a nice reversal move here, right? I would have never seen this here. And here it is on my scan right here. If I had like a 3 or 4 relative volume, I'd never see that coming through, right? So that's why I think it's a double-edged sword. So you folks have that scan that's there. The way I do that, I think works better as a race and with top list than it does as alert windows. Personal opinion. You might find something different than I am doing here. And that's what makes us all unique individuals. And so you can even just take what I gave you and use it as a template. RSI, a traded day. I'm not sure what you mean by RSI. If you were just referencing what Iris was referencing, or if you have a question about RSI. And then Happy, let me know, are you familiar with how to use the symbols list function so that you could back test a single stock? I mean, I can kind of show you here, actually. If I pull up, let me load an alert window here. So here's some random alert window I have here. I could right click and go to configure, and I can go to symbols list, and I can click here in symbols list, single symbol only. And then I could enter that symbol if I wanted to just back test for Apple only. All right. And so there, I've added Apple. I click OK. All right. I click OK. And then I can right click, back test strategy, and hit the buy. You know, you're going to set up the rest of the parameters you want. And then it's only looking at Apple. And you can see that Apple never met the requirements of the strategy over the last 60 some days. So nothing returned. And that's the way it is. What shenanigans? SHPH. I looked at this earlier and I said, I can't. I just can't. This is just too nutso for me here. I don't like sitting through things like this. Not right now, anyways. Not with this kind of $13 range on the day right now. But man, what utter shenanigans this is. Now look, someone has that kind of risk appetite and risk tolerance. They took a shot at 100 shares here, let's say when this 8 EMA caught up down here. I mean, they'd be sitting really, really healthy right now. But, you're risking, even with 100 shares, if you got in at, let's say, 16, and you had a low of the day stop at, let's say, 12 or 11, whatever the low is down, you're risking you're risking $500 or $600 just on 100 shares. The risk reward isn't there for me. Listen, all the power to anybody that got it and has that risk appetite and is in this and is making money. All the power to you. Just, these are the kind of things I like to point out from an individual trader's perspective. And, I want to also point out, I hope people don't get caught up in look at the move that it had. And if I could just get a piece of that move, sure, if you could get a piece of it. But what happens if this thing really falls? You think that, look at how fast it could rise like that. You think it could fall any different? Falling is much nastier than the rise up, So, risk reward. Where if you think of being a trader as risk management and not making money, that's the mentality to have. Those that think of trading as just making money, you should be protecting your capital as a trader. If you are not protecting your capital as a trader, my personal opinion is you're approaching the whole thing wrong. So I just like to throw out a lot of trader talk. All right, perfect, Happy. I'm glad that works out for you there. I like to throw out a lot of trader talk here because I think getting a hold of the software is much easier than learning to actually trade and have a trader's mentality. I think that is much harder to have a trader's mentality than to get a hold of the software. Anybody can open a configure and start throwing, anybody can do this, right click and configure and start searching stuff and putting and building scans together and giving filters values and all those things like that. And through trial and error, I think anybody over time that is going to put work in, is willing to learn it, is going to find things that they want to see in the software. I think that is the easier part. The harder part is figuring out, what am I risking? How am I risking it? Why am I risking it? How do I manage that risk? That's the hard part. That's the real part. That's the part of saying, hey, I'm going to build a business. I have this great idea to sell. I'm going to open a roller skating rink, right? I've got this. I love roller skating. I'm going to open a roller skating rink. All right. Well, What's your business model on it, right? How do you get people in? Why do you get people in? How much are you charging? Why are you charging? You know, how big of a space do you want to make? Why is it that big? What amenities are you adding? Why are you adding those amenities? Business plan. No business plan, no business. No trading plan, no trading. No, you cannot, Muhammad. I'm sorry. You cannot account for that in the back test. When you go to the back test, these are what you have to base it on. You know, your entry time and your start time and end time of the actual strategy. Your time sitting in the strategy, what you're risking based on dollars or percent, how far back you want to go on the back test, and that's really it. There are some advanced conditions that you can take a look at. All right. I would highly recommend staying away from those at the beginning. You know, everything in life. First, you know, in life, when we're born, we figure out laying on our back. Then we learn to flip over on our stomachs. Then we learn to waddle around on our stomachs. And then we learn to push ourselves up. And then we learn to walk a little bit, you know, with some help. And then we walk on our own. And then or first we crawl and then we walk on our own. If you think of things like that, there's some advanced stuff you can get involved in there with risk management, as far as putting in, kind of custom targets and stops, but everything has to obey market mechanics. You know, again, we don't hold the order. So when the order to fill is sent, the closing order up and the closing order down are sent at the same time. When this gets filled, your closing order up and your closing order down go live as well. And the broker can't calculate something moving. Again, this is just pure market mechanics. That's all. No, no software. You know, even though the software function is part of it, you know, the software functions based on market mechanics essentially. If you want to get into some more stuff with the back testing, let me drop this part of our user's guide in here. We're aware. Back testing. Back testing. There we go. Right click. Copy link. Paste. Back testing is a rabbit hole. I consider it an adult video game for me. Done a lot of back testing. Hasn't really. When I back test, it's because I'm trying to find a quote unquote automated strategy that I can let run. The 3 times I've ever gone to automation, it did not work out in my favor all 3 times. The first time was literally the last day in January of 2020 when the market had its first rollover day because of COVID. I got slaughtered that day and licked my wounds and decided to move away from automation. The second time was another big sell-off that happened shortly after some vaccine news had come out, and I got slaughtered again. And then the third time was, I forget, there was some other news event that came out, and all 3 times that I went to automate, the market rolled over all 3 times on long strategies I was trying to automate and totally smacked me up. And that was it. All my back testing looked decent, not great. My forward testing looked decent, not great in it. And when I was simulating the automation, it was looking decent, not great. Of course, I was simulating and there had been a nice long uptrend during the simulations. And then lo and behold, the market rolled over the day I decided to go live. Automation is so much harder than anybody gives it credit for. It just is what it is. So I still have hope of automating someday, but I will not be doing it in a bear market. That's for sure. Yes, you can edit in a multi-strategy window the columns. We can do that. Let me load a multi-strategy window. Let me find one here. Where's my mouse? Here we go. So if you're in a multi-window, let me make this a little bigger to see better. If you right-click and you come to Properties, go to Columns, and then you can edit the columns here. You can search for what you want to add. You can take things away if you want to take things away. All right. Again, when you have the multi-strategy window, right-click, Properties, and Columns. And you'll be able to search and you'll select what you want and click show column. It's not, it's not the same as doing with an alert window. So just in case, it is not as intuitive with an alert window where you come to configure and you can come to search and, add a column. Here you just add show column, and then you have the columns in here, versus on the multi-window, you don't see that like that. Can you put the alert? Yeah, you'd put alert type. Here, let me show you again. Or type is what you want to look for. So load. So you would right click, again, properties, columns, go to columns and go to type, and then just move that back over to here, because some of these don't have they're not part of a filter. So you wouldn't search for them as a filter to add that data. They just are. Like time is not going to be a filter. Exchange is not going to be a filter. Description, quality, sector, subsector, industry group, all these ones up here, none of those would be in here in the search. Those are separate items that you can put in and out of the strategy. So they'll all live here, and you just put them over by highlighting them, selecting and highlighting them, and pushing left to selected columns. Let me know if that makes sense. Go. Yes, type. That's what you want to look for, Mohammed, to see that. Here, I'll show you. Let me put text headers in first. And right click, properties, columns, type up here. I'm going to push that over, press OK. And now you can see type. And there's the alert right here, right? See type. These are the alerts. This is the alerts that came through, right? Well, I don't know that it's not good in action, Lucky Dog. First off, look at the market you're looking for these ideas in. So, you can run the history of the scans also, don't forget. So, run the history for, configure. Now, depending on how many alerts, not configure, right click, history. Now, depending on how many alerts are going to come through, is how you'll have to run that history. But think of it like this, you can only load 1,000 items at once into the window. So you might want to run it in blocks and try to look at some days. So you can go to time frame, and you could find a day where you had some days actually where you had some bullish action, and put that in, and then see what the alerts look like from there. Also, do this for me, Lucky Dog. We'll help you out. On screen, it's a little tougher because sometimes thinking on the fly, I'm not always the best at. But if you email us, support@trade-ideas.com. If you email us there, Lucky Dog, we can say, I'm looking to find these things. You can help me with a template. We'll try to get something together for you and then send it back over so you can load it via the cloud and then take a look that way. And I think that might be a good way for us to be able to give you, if nothing else, even if the templates aren't quote unquote perfect, obviously, it can give you some different thoughts and ideas of how we might approach what you're looking at as well. And you got it, Mohammed. Glad to help you with that there. So I know that's kind of confusing that it says type instead of alert type or anything like that. Kind of not the best of the wordings there. So CFVI making some noise again here. Caught this EMA on an 8-minute chart or a 15-minute chart here. It's an 8 EMA. See what can or can't happen here. But the overall market does not look healthy. EURN, a price alert here. Didn't go back through again until my time. I have a set rule on trading. I don't enter trades. Really don't enter trades after 11:45 a.m. Eastern until about 2:45, 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern. So just like the first, I'll say 25 to 35 minutes of the market, there's a ton of head fakes, and I don't like to enter trades then. I think there's just as many head fakes in the middle of the day when volume declines, but price action might move up. And I'm not a believer in a lot of that price action that moves up at that time. So just, my personal preference and part of my personal trading plan. And I find that, a lot of people say, oh, but Chris, you missed this trade or you missed that trade. I find that for every, let's say, one trade that I missed, afternoon time that worked out, there's probably about 7 or 8 that didn't work out. So it's not a very good win-loss ratio. And so there's just no reason for me to enter trades during that time. Just, again, personal preference and how I do things with my personal trading plan. AVYA making some noise here, so it's interesting. And again, look, this is relatively strong to the rest of the market, right? This has just been crawling all day long. But look at the relative volume. There's not really much. It's barely doing more than what it's normally doing for the day, right? On average for the last 30 days. But look how liquid that is. So just go back to relative strength and volume. And so extremely liquid stock. It's, 17 million shares traded, easy in and easy out, right? But it's not doing anything crazy either, right? And so, this was coming in back over here on this window. And had I had some heavy volume metrics in there, there's no way I would have seen this come through, right? So again, just, everything is relative in life. Everything is relative in life. Well, I think chasing is bad. However, chasing to you is not chasing to me, or chasing to me is not chasing to you. Again, it becomes very relative. What I might do is this, because I will not enter a trade at this time. First, let's set a price alert near high of the day, just for fun, to get a line going on the charts here. All right. Now we notice that where we're running and stalling is right at recent resistance going back into August or back into July, right? And then we've got this above. So what's that risk reward it's setting up? We have a possible shot, if we were to clear this area, to make it up to 260, give or take, 250, 55, right? And we have a chance to fall all the way down here to 180, not setting up a very good risk reward as far as I'm concerned. That's personal to me, though. You may not see it that way. You may say, well, I'd only risk the $2 here. Now, I might say I'm only risk the $2 too, but I'm giving all possible scenarios, and nothing is right or wrong, right? So now I'm risking, let's say on a high of the day break, 25 cents to possibly make 25 cents. A little better at 1-to-1, right? So these are the things to keep in mind here, and that's how I would address and look at that. Also, again, I think anything that's breaking out from the noon hour through the 2:45, 3 o'clock hour is very suspect. However, I would be remiss to note, if I didn't note, we have an increase in volume here going on as we're moving into this hour, right? And we've had some increases in volume again. And this isn't just short little bursts on the volume, and it's not crazy massive volume coming in, but just, a nice steady flow and an increase to that is all I'm trying to point out here. So perhaps, I don't know what time frame you like to look at things, but perhaps you let a couple, whatever that time frame is, let a couple of candles close. If it continues to move without you, so be it. If it pulls sideways for a little bit, and you whatever moving average you like, or Bollinger Band you like, or VWAP if you want, or whatever it is that you use for an indicator, if you even use indicators, starts to catch up and then push higher, maybe that's giving you a new entry time, right? Look at how much different it looks on a 5-minute chart versus that 15-minute chart, here. Just kind of hovering right off that. Now it's pulled away off that candle versus here. It's really just kind of hugged, and every time it really caught up, just grinding higher on that 8 EMA. Both are 8 EMAs, but an 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart and an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. And that's, something I think big time to look at. For this stock, what is the rel volume should be to be considered crazy? Again, that's going to be relative to you and what you're looking at and what you're thinking. I think, anything 2 and over is, humming along pretty decently, right? You start to get into that 5+ range. I mean, you've got some serious interest in that stock as compared to what's normal. And I think once you start getting over 10, you're talking about pretty crazy volume. Again, relative volume is relative to the stock though, right? You've got this stock. It's now we can see the relative volume is increasing here. This was at 1.24 before. So we can see that we had this increase in volume increased the relative volume, right? At 17 mil, very liquid. If the volume starts to decrease again, right, that's coming in, you'll see this decrease again, right? But now let's take a look at something like CFVI, all right? Look at the relative volume on this now, right? It's only traded 4 mil compared to the 17 million on AVYA, right? But look at the relative volume on that, 7.51 relative volume, right? Big difference in that relative volume, right? But a lot less shares traded. So it's relative to the stock. What happens if you got a stock that's traded 100,000 shares, but it has 100 relative volume, right? That tells us the stock just doesn't trade in general. So even though today it has some quote unquote crazy relative volume, nobody trades the stock, period, in general. So there's really nothing crazy about it. It's just crazy relative to that particular stock. Hopefully that makes sense, Mohammed. And look, Benson, as long as you had a plan and you traded that plan, if you have a plan that seems to be a solid trading plan and you follow and execute that plan, win, lose, or draw, it's a win in the end. And I'm not a big fan of moral victories. I don't really believe in moral victories. Moral victories are for people who need to feel better about themselves in general. And yes, we should all feel good about ourselves. And, there are cases where moral victories are obviously good. But if you have a trading plan, but it's not a good trading plan, and you're constantly following the trading plan but losing money, that's not a moral victory. You have a bad trading plan. You have to revisit that trading plan. Why is it not working? And make adjustments along with it to see what you need to change to make that trading plan work. So while, yes, great that you have the discipline to stick to that plan, that part I guess you could call a moral victory, right? Good for you there. But you need to then isolate what does not work about that trading plan and how do I make the adjustments to mitigate the non-working part of it and put it into a functioning, profitable trading plan like that. So again, these are all things that are more trader talk, but I think that's what a lot of people that sign up for Trade Ideas needs is more trader talk. I think it's possible to, there's lots of great scans that exist out there. This scan that I share with everybody regularly, I think is a fantastic, phenomenal scan. And there are other versions of this scan that are out there that Barry shares, or you can send us an email in and we can help you find something. There's the relative strength one that Barry shared from the open. I don't know, is it this one? Which one? You got to find the one that Barry shared from a week plus ago. That more focuses on large caps, so it's less whippy stocks. Let me find that. I think I shared it to my cloud foolishly. Give me 1 second here. Because the scan that I've shared, it can have some pretty whippy stocks that can be a little bit difficult to deal with. Especially for newer traders. All right, so here we go. So this is a scan that Barry shared. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to load it first, and then I'm going to share it in. So there's that scan, and I want to share it, save it to my cloud. Paste. So there's that one, and it's very similar to what I'm doing, but it's got some find larger caps, if you will. figure. I'm going to change the name. Large cap gainers from the okay, yeah. So it is called that. That works.
No.
Right click, save or share to cloud.
FWBI.
Save and share. Save. Okay. So if you want to find stuff that's, you know, a little slower pace, and again, what did Barry do in here? This is what Barry did in here. He said, show me stocks between 10 and 50 bucks, traded at least 500,000 shares on the day. They got to be up 2% from the prior day's close. Float's got to be over 50 million, got to have over 500 million in the market cap, right? And he sorts them on the change from open, right? And that's how he's racing them as well. And so that differs slightly where I don't have market cap or float in here, and I don't care, I've got it set up at a $2 to $100 in here. But you can see, look at IC, for example. This thing is a pretty whippy, tough stock, right? SHPH, again, a pretty whippy, tough stock. NUTX, pretty whippy, tough stock, all right? Now, these all had some tradable moments in them, for sure, right? But you had to be nimble on a lot of these. FWBI, all right? Now, the other part of what I'm doing here is I create an alert, price alerts window. Let me duplicate my price alerts window. Bring that over. All day long, I started with a fresh price alerts window, nothing in here. And I've been adding price alerts as the day has gone on here, all right?
CFBI.
And just watching things. And as they alert, I check, do I want to be involved? Do I want to be in this? FWBI, alert just went off again. Am I ready to be in this yet? Now look at this. This chart starts to look pretty interesting. Now, it's in the time frame that I'm not going to take a trade. But look, made a really big move up. Super liquid stock right now. Almost 18.5 mil shares traded. It's trading right now at 139 times what it's normally trading. So not only is it liquid, but everybody seems to be interested in it, right? Gap up, couldn't get through. Some resistance area that looks to be here, but it's caught these averages here, and it's being cradled. And who knows? That might be actionable later in the day, right? So a continuous watch list here that I use with my price alerts. Every day I delete all these price alerts, get rid of the noise from the prior day, start fresh with what's happening today. We can see everything that I've had price alerts for, and some stuff is worked out. Some stuff might be setting up for later. Is this going to set up for later? I don't know. I have no way to know that. But, 2 million shares traded. It's doing about 100 times what it's normally doing for volume. There are people interested in, I'm going to keep that price alert there and see if I get an actionable alert later. VSCA, again, same thing, right? But look, I see what the resistance is right now. I see that I'm not that far off that high of the day. So I look at this and say, I don't know about the risk reward in this. Someone else may look at it and say, I really like it. Someone else may look at it and say, I hate that. But there it is. I'm tracking. I'm watching. All right. INDO, another one. We know this stock has had a lot of interest in it. Now look, again, back to my relative volume and liquidity. Look at that. It's traded 1.4 million shares traded a day. Pretty liquid stock. Not bad, right? But it's only trading about half what it normally trades over its 30-day average volume right now, right? So relatively speaking, it's on the low end of volume, but it's still very liquid. It's not like it's only traded 150,000 shares or something like that. So again, this I think is the important stuff to understand. Einstein, man, I don't think anybody really credits what relativity, how it really expands to every single thing we talk about and think about in life. And I'm a big Einstein guy, so not to get off on a tangent.
Oh man, we're really getting zen now.
When you start to think of relativity and the laws of physics and how they literally apply to everything we know, at least here on this earth, pretty incredible stuff, and how we can apply that kind of thinking to our trading, actually. Again, so these are some things that I looked at during the day. ME, all right? This here. Now, I had a price alert set at 330. It kind of kept bumping it up. but it got to this level and it hasn't really been to get out of here. But we've got this symmetrical triangle forming here. Nice liquid stock, 2 mil shares traded on the day, but not active relative to its current history through here, right? We can see declining volume all the way through here, including into today. But what if this stock is already a little strong, right? It's up 8.5% from the open. What if the overall market starts to turn around, right? And then we get that rising tide lifts all boats. This is already an active stock as far as liquidity goes, not as far as relative volume goes, but it's up anyway. It's relatively strong to the market currently. And then all of a sudden, the market starts to pick up some steam and get stronger. Could present a nice opportunity. Again, using the price alerts window here as a watch list for the entire day. And I'll go through this throughout the day and I'll move my price alerts around, even on the ones that haven't triggered, and say, well, it's pulled back. What if that gives me a pullback entry? And I say to myself, I'm going to pull back and I'm going to put an alert here to see what happens on a 220 break. Or for KSPN, I'm going to pull back and say, what happens if we get back above this level that's been a struggle here, right? And maybe it can make another run during the day. Pair, right? What if, we get back up to this level here, we take out that 240 level again here, right? Are any of these things going to happen? I have absolutely no idea. Whoops, sorry, I had my microphone out. Or I had my earphones out, Barry.
There you go.
I'm back in now. Gotcha.
You were getting so zen there, referring to Einstein and his relativity and matching that with our relative volume filter. I love it.
To be a little off brand and off color, a friend of mine, when we were, let's just say, not in our right state of mind one day and just joking around in our late teens, we just came up with everything is relative. We were both kind of very much enjoyed physics, although we weren't great in school for homework reasons. Right. But we did a lot of science and we were in the astronomy club and had our own telescopes and all kinds of stuff like that. And we just related everything to relativity essentially. So I see no difference in the relative volume filter and liquidity. The liquidity is relative to the volume coming in.
In other words, all roads lead back to Einstein.
Indeed.
All right, my friend, do you want to take off now?
Yes. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll turn it back over to you, and we will pick this session back up at 3:30-ish, give or take.
We will.
And
okay, I've got my stream going. Okay.
And see you on the flip side.
Okay. Okay, right, Chris. Take care, thanks. Man.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms here. I'm in a short of that CPS, guys. A little short on the CPS. See if it can take out, get closer to that 7 level CPS. Okay, Mohammed. Okay, question in YouTube room. What could be reasons for sudden huge increase in volume? Is there a way we can know the specific cause or increase quickly that it allows? Okay, first of all, it depends when you're talking. I mean, if you're talking at the beginning, in the pre-market, and you see a big volume increase a big volume increase, or once the market opens, typically it could be some news. So I'd be checking my news, just to see. Number one. Okay, check the news. Is it an earnings play? Is it news specific to it? Like IC had news today, ISEE had news today. And then sometimes you're not going to find any reason whatsoever. And then you just then probably there's some Reddit group or something that has got a hold of it. Okay. But typically there would be some news, a reason why a stock is going absolutely crazy on a given day. Typically, there could be some news. It could be a continuation play. Maybe the news was yesterday or the day before, and now traders are getting back into it. But look at this. I mean, 119 relative volume for IC. Why? Well, it had news today, as an example. Okay. Now, whether or not you think the news creates a wise trading decision, that's another issue. Okay. I mean, look what happened to IC at the beginning. This is got in the pre-market, it got up to 14, big sell-off all the way down to 11, but since then it's had a nice run. So again, is that news good enough to keep it running? I don't know. It's all about perception. All right, guys, top. Wow, top. Look at this. I'm out of most of it, guys. Okay, when it broke down through seven, or sorry, eight, and then it popped up through eight, and then I was almost gonna get rid of everything, and then it started moving back down, and so now it's slightly under eight again. So I still have a little bit left. Yeah, it's possible that that's the reason. Some kind of a moving average has been crossed, etc. But especially these volatile ones. I mean, all of a sudden, some traders decide, okay, now's the time, and it could be a room, it could be like a group on Reddit that just decides, okay, now we're going to get back into it. It just takes a little bit of volume, and then all of a sudden, to get a little biblical, volume begats volume begats volume. No, no blue collar, but the question was, is there a reason why stocks have volume increases? Okay, so I was just trying to answer in a very general way that, of course, if I mean, look, IC is a great example. I mean, obviously, you had news in the pre-market. Now, again, whether or not that is going to, make like help you trade the stock, by analyzing that news, that is a completely different situation. No, nobody's going to be able to say, oh yeah, that news is so fantastic, therefore this stock is going to run all day long. In general, no. I wish it were that easy. All right, so CPS maybe got a little greedy here. It's basically right where I shorted it, so we'll have to see. Peter Lou, I have no idea. I have no idea. Well, first of all, when you say, so the question was, what do I think is the average time it will take for someone to get proficient with trade ideas? That's an impossible question for me to answer. Everybody is different. I mean, but here's the thing. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. Okay. You don't have to learn every filter, every alert. Okay. What I would do, first thing, is make sure you've taken at least the 30-minute, the 10 videos that gets you started, at least gets you understanding what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and then more importantly, what this racing is all about. You could just focus on racing one scan, and that's all you would need. I'm not saying that's 100%, but instead of trying to figure out, well, first of all, if you don't know how to trade at all, if you've never traded before, trade is a scanner. Okay, it's not going to teach you how to trade as such. It's a scanner which can generate great ideas, but then you have to have a trading plan, and that's why we have a simulator. And you probably could practice easy 3 months in a simulator before you could get ready, maybe more, before you get ready to actually trade live. Okay. So I think a lot of people, they look at our, if I go and I click on configure and then I click on search and they look at all this, they go, oh my gosh, look at all the alerts that I have. And then they scroll down and oh my gosh, look at all the alert filters that they have. How can I possibly learn all that? You don't have to. I know I use maybe 0.5% of them. Okay. The only reason we have so many is that we have, we decided, well, I wasn't around with the company then, but when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to, create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of people, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So I wouldn't get hung up on that. As far as all the other stuff is concerned, like, well, docking and all the things in the user guide, you don't have to learn all that. I would first of all concentrate on, in the guide, I would concentrate taking a look at the stock races, seeing why I think they're probably the easiest way for people who are new, and even people like myself who have been trading for a long time. to watch the market. Okay. So I would really concentrate on taking a look at in the guide on what's called TI stock races. Now that'll simplify things, because how simple is this? This is my top, okay, this is generated from my top list, and look what it does. It creates a watch list for me that I can watch all day long. Okay, automatically. I don't have to do anything. So, maybe pair hasn't moved for a while. I click on it, go, okay, maybe not so good. But what if this were just basing here? What if it were consolidating for a while? I heard Chris talk about it. Well, put an alert, just a price alert, a little bit above the consolidation price if you're looking to go long, or put an alert underneath it if you're looking to short it. Things like that. So this creates the watch list for you, and it'll be a different one you'll have different symbols every single day. Okay, how do we run an alert for a cross SMA? We have a couple, or maybe 4. And if you're looking for some other type of a cross, give me a moment. No, just give me a moment. Okay, so here is an alert. Okay, crossed above the 200-day, crossed below the 200-day. I think we have it for the 200. So let me, I don't know why that didn't show up, but let's just crossed. Okay. So we have the 200, 50, 20. Okay, that's what we have. Okay, so if you're looking for a cross of the, some other moving average, the price crossing above some other moving average, we don't have it. That's why we're trying to say, well, as I said before, the program is not customizable in an infinite way. What we try to do is create enough alerts, enough filters that for the majority of people, this would satisfy them. So if you're looking for a 10-day cross, we don't have it, as an example. Okay. But this is what we do have, the 200, 50, and 20. If you can work with those, great. All right, well, CPS is putting me to sleep a little bit here. So now, why would I take this short? Look left. I mean, look at the room. I mean, the next low was down here. It reminded me of Tupperware. 475 was the next low. So I don't know if it's going to work, but I mean, look at Tupperware. I mean, that's why I took that short in Tupperware, because remember, at one point this was up here in the 10 level. So I'm looking left, and the next low was down here at 814. So that became a wonderful look. And the same thing with the CPS. I don't know if it's going to work, but it's basically it's where I shorted it right now. Yes, you know what? You're absolutely right. FW. Now there's a classic, guys. There's the FWI. Only won 2 races. Only won 2 FWBI. Only won 2 races. Okay, but well, this is a great illustration of how to use the the watch list that's created for you. It only won 2 races, and they were early. pretty early in the day. And then look what happened. It kind of based or didn't base, it fell back. And then it based for a while. And all you had to do, and there's no guarantee it was going to do this, of course, but just put maybe a price alert just over $4 to see if it took it out. While you're while you're clicking on something in the in the watch list that hasn't moved for a while, just take a look at it, see the pattern, and say, boy, if it took out 4, maybe that would have a big move. Well, I mean, now there's no way you could predict it was going to go from 4 to 5, but you see how you can use this as the day progresses. Envo, I don't know. I think Envo was in a downtrend. Even Envo. I mean, what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the volume came back? Okay, you know what? I've got to change my music. Give me a moment, please. Okay. So, I mean, Envo, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Envo catches a bid soon, or later on in the day. I mean, just look at the 15-minute chart. Maybe it does. We can't predict that it's going to. All we can do is set a price alert at a certain level where you think, you know what, if it took out that price, maybe it would be good. I mean, look at the high right there is 283. So why don't just stick a price alert around 288, see if it takes it out and starts to move. I mean, it did hit in the pre-market $5. $5. So this is how you can use this. Just because something isn't moving now, maybe it sets up later on in the day. And you don't have to do anything. This is automatically created for you. It all depends on how many times the stock won a race, and it'll start to show up. So if some stock before, well, if another stock has only won one race, as an example, now has won the second race, it'll probably knock one of these out. Oh, Tupperware guys. Wow, wow, wow. I kept everything, but I didn't, but that's okay. I mean, look at now, look left now. Next low is 7 something, 712. So that's why, I'm a little bit keen on the CPS. Again, this is not advice to do what I'm doing, but that's what I'm looking at. I'm just looking left and look at all the room underneath. But Mohammed, you see, it's not a problem. It's not a problem though. You got to use this well, I don't know if the right or wrong way. Click on an alert. Just click on it. There's only 10 symbols in here. Over the course of the day, just click and see what's happening. APGN. Maybe if it takes out that high, it keeps going. You know, it's not a problem that something only won 2 races. Not at all. What is my idea? I don't know what you mean. I mean, if I see if just it's exactly the same as going long. But now I'm looking left to see what sort of room there is underneath. That's it. So as opposed to when I go long something, then I'm looking left, where could it keep going to until it hits the next high? Here, I'm looking where could it go to until it hits the next low. That's all. And some obviously have more room to move than others. I mean, this has just got a tremendous amount of room. I don't know if it's going to take out seven. I can't know for sure, but well, yeah. But you see, your idea of resistance, everybody's idea of resistance and support can be different. I just look left. I'm very simple. I just look left. I want to see where the next low is or the next high is. Of course, I'm aware where the 200-day moving average is and the VWAP. Okay, but if they don't come into play, if those numbers don't come into play, then I'm just looking left. And I'm not saying this is supportive. I mean, for all I'm doing is looking left. Where's the next low? Where could it go until it hits the next low? If the next low, was at 7, I probably wouldn't take it. But even though on this one, the next low is 715, yes, but sometimes I'll bend the rules a bit. Underneath that is just a tremendous potential gap to fill. So I mean, even though in theory I shouldn't take this until 715, I thought, you know what? I can do it now. Look at Revlon, guys. Revlon. But that's me, Santos. Of course, that's just me. So right now, another key level. It's right at 715. Okay, right at 715. If it can take it out in a big way, I don't know where it's going, but look how Tupperware, when it was up here, and CPS look very much alike. And when you look left, and the room it had. Yeah, KUKE, I'm just noticing it here. Now, I admit I'm not really following, the race today that much. Not with the market. I'm just not seeing only the odd one. I mean, obviously FWBI, but you cannot walk away from your computer. I mean, that hit almost 5 and now it's dropped 60 cents. Okay. So, these are very volatile. Anything you're going to see in here, especially now with the way the market is, going to be very volatile. A few weeks ago, we may have seen a run like this, maybe not a giant green candle, a little one, maybe a little bit of a pause, and then a little move up, a little pause. Okay. Now, what we're starting to see with these big moves down, big moves up, big moves down, basically whipping you out of the trades. That's why you've got to be very nimble with these. I mean, actually, I mean, if I wish I know I was watching this one a little bit earlier. This is way better. Look how it, SPRO. Look how it based a bit, moved up, based a bit, moved up, little pause, move up, but no giant red candles. So this has been probably maybe I want to say nothing is easy, but probably the easiest trade. When you look at the 15-minute chart, no wild gyrations. And it won 7 races. And now it just won its 8th race. So again, another way to look at this is that once the day is over, okay, you'll have a top 10 list, a watch list. What I would do is I would click on every one of them just to see where it could go tomorrow. I mean, could there be some continuation? We don't know. We don't know whether there's going to be continuation on any stock ever. Okay. But if the stock, if it looks like it still has room to go before it hits, certain levels, watch it tomorrow. It turns into something like a watch list that you can follow a few of them the next day. I mean, there are only 10 stocks that are generated every single day. So it's a very manageable number. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is shortable now too. The MNMD is shortable. This is the reverse split last week. A 1 for 15 has just been terrible. Ugh. Fro at the beginning was anyway. Let's take a look at Fro. Let's see if that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it had little minor pullback, but not much. You know, Fro's a good example. That's a shipper, or well, in the deep sea freight transportation sector. I think there was another one that was in the same sector that I recall seeing earlier. And look at the market, guys. I mean, you know, tough to go long anything right now, guys. I mean, you might find the odd one like the Fro, like the S Pro, that are really trading on their own, not caring what the market's doing. But boy, you're just waiting on that CPS to see if it can take out 7 in a big way. That's all I'm waiting on now. Have my tuck short, not much left, but still have a tuck short, and then this one. You guys were talking about solar stocks. So how is TAN doing? Yeah, I mean, TAN's had a nice run, solar ETF. You know, this one, look at this one. I mean, oh man, I sort of remember seeing it, but this came in my 10-day daily breakdown, all-time low. RGTI, it came in the 10-day daily breakdown. There was the first alert at 10:13. The price was 291. And now we're at 258. Great percentage move. And it's an all-time low. I mean, there's nothing holding this up chart-wise. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond continues to sink here. Were they added, Cam? Okay, let's take a look. I did. They must have been added. I didn't see. Well, at least not on my IPO calendar. They weren't there. So let's take a look. Yep, there they are. Okay, so you're right. These two have been added. Crazy. Look at this. I mean, oh man, Hutton. You know this. I can't remember who Hutton was behind. One of the absolute crazy ones again. So okay, guys. So get the question a lot. Do we have a scan for IPOs? I wouldn't, even if we had one, I wouldn't use it because this is what I like to do. So I've already got my JUNS. That's supposed to come out this week, tomorrow. Yeah, look at this though. It now says week of. Yeah, now it says week of. I don't think this is coming out this week. It looks like it says the week of not of next week, right? Because when I first looked at this last week, it said Wednesday. Today, even earlier today, it said Wednesday. So now this is the week of next week. So I don't think it's going to come out. So anyway, so this is what I do. There's KNW and Josh or Yosh. So I put KNW, left click, put KNW in a chart. Okay, not trading yet. Makes sense, right? Hasn't it's going to be an IPO on maybe Friday. So now what I do is I right click and I create a price alert of 1. The other thing I do is I want to know what the structure is. 3 million shares, $2. I mean, it's so ridiculous. But anyway, 3 million, $2. And I'll even put, I'm sort of familiar with these guys, Boosted. Now the only other, whoops, the only other thing I wanted to find out is it China? So I just click, and I'll give you this link, guys, so you can do the same thing, but just want to click on them and say, okay, so it's not a China stock, so I won't add that. Because if it's China IPO, they can go absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so now when this starts to trade, it'll pop up on my screen as a price alert. I'll know exactly. So for instance, if it comes up on my screen and say it, I mean, it's hard to believe, but let's say it only opens at $1.50 and it doesn't go above 2, no enthusiasm for it. But let's say it opens at 5, some enthusiasm. I mean, this is super, super crazy low, but anyway, I will put the next one in. Now this looks like could be just based on the name, it could be a Japanese stock, but we'll see. Do the same thing, right click, create a price alert, 1, put the structure in, 2.5 million shares between 4 and 5, button. And so it's actually it's a Japanese restaurant. I mean, they're incorporated. It looks like they're incorporated in the States though. So, but anyway, so that's what I do, guys. So even if we had an IPO scanner, I wouldn't use it. I think it's way, way better to be informed, when it starts to trade. So here it is. Do I use for news? I use basically I use Interactive Brokers, Mohammed. I mean, we do have, but our news, not that our news is typically that up to date, if you're looking at general news, but something's going on. I'm in this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so this has been happening since last week. But I use Interactive Brokers. I mean, if I really want to, I use Interactive Brokers, their news. But don't get so seduced by the news, guys, okay? The news is, it's incredibly hard to predict, what's going to happen based on you're reading some news. If you want to know the news and, try to figure out, well, why is this one moving? Okay. But it doesn't mean that that's going to necessarily, I mean, this is, trading higher after the company upbeat FDA feedback. Okay. So they did have some news. Now, does that mean it's going to keep running higher and higher and higher? That mean it was going to break here and move higher, or here move higher? Not necessarily. But okay, you can say, okay, the news to me means that there's probably then maybe enthusiasm for it all day long. That's all. And enthusiasm, in other words, volume. Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to keep moving higher and higher and higher, but man, oh man, guys, look at this Avaya. Now, this is so interesting. I mean, it is finally, it took out 223 now. This has just been an amazing, if anybody took this step back here about 3 weeks ago at 63 cents, man, it's almost, that's over a triple. No, but did we know this was going to happen? Of course not. But it's just been trading so steadily on the way up for quite a while now. And that is the AVYA. Of course, one of the reasons this is not moving that much, I mean, the volume is not that great. It was more because of what I saw here. Typically, I probably wouldn't be in a short like this with that sort of volume and relative volume, but this just looked a little too enticing and, based on what the market was doing too, of course. Well, there's the GME guys. Took out 25 now. Wow. Well, that's like under 100 now after before that forward split. It's basically dropped a third since the forward split. All right, guys. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. All right, so this one has some promise, I guess. The KUKE, the reason it does is that when you look left, the next high is 160. So, I mean, it's got some room if it wants to keep moving. KUKE. All right, guys. The only indicators, okay, my daily chart, I mean, I know I have this 20, I should get rid of it because I don't use it. The only real indicator I have on my daily chart is the 200-day, okay? And on the 15-minute chart, I mean, I should get rid of all these other ones. This is a carryover from, when I duplicated the charts and all that. The only one I pay attention to in the 200-day moving is the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. And out of deference to Steve Gomez at our at Trade Ideas, he likes the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's it. I'm not a big indicator guy. So for instance, there's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You know, what he likes to do, he wouldn't take this trade. What he would do is wait to see if it pulled back to it and then see what would happen when it pulled back to it. Would it bounce off it and continue? Would it hold it? Things like that, okay? But again, I'm not a big indicator guy. And that is not to say that others shouldn't, if you can find a way to use indicators and you can make money doing it, do it. I'm not just talking to you devil eddies. It's just, but people ask me all the time, well, why don't you? And trade, you have to find a comfort level for yourself. I know people use MACD, stochastics, and all that, and if they use them and they can make money doing it, great. I mentioned this APGN earlier. I said, listen, click on the alert. It hasn't won a race in probably, I don't know, maybe after the first 15, 20 minutes, okay? I said, but look what it's doing. A little bit of a base, follow it, put a price alert somewhere that if it took out a certain price. So just because something, slows down It doesn't mean it shouldn't be followed later on in the day. Just put a price alert somewhere. Look at EPAL right here. I mean, what if it took out, this 320 area? What if it did that on some volume? Stick a price alert, put a price alert right there. Or click the buy button and drop it there so that if it hit that price, you'll take the trade. I mean, practice, 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 practice. The buy button, what the buy button does, it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price, okay? And it'll put a stop at the low of the day. I mean, I'm not, you don't have to pay that stop, but just to get used to taking a trade to see how it works. And if your buy button is not, if it looks grayed out, that's because you're on like a really, well, not that much earlier, but you should be on the latest version of Trade Ideas. And that buy button, there's a setup that is assigned to it automatically. Again, buying $5,000 worth at the price that you tell it to. It's not a strategy, okay? But just get used to, taking a trade and seeing how it works. If you thought, for instance, that, oh yeah, I see what Barry is looking at. What if this EPOW got up to 320? Let's take the trade and see what happens. But I don't have to follow it. I can just put a conditional buy order at that price. And if it hits it, it hits it. Ooh, Raptor through, wow, just a minute here. Through that 200-day moving average, RAPT, wow, 2080 is the next low looking left. But again, not a lot of volume. I know the relative volume is a lot. Well, not a lot, but 1.5 times normal, but not a lot of volume. So here's the FWBI pulling all the way back now. I put this conditional buy order down here at 408. Let's see if it takes it. All in the simulator. Wow, look at El Pollo Loco. Wow. I mean, this is almost an all-time low for it too. All right, guys. So all I'm in, I took 3 trades today. This is the Iridium on the long side. Worked out okay. Of course, the Tupperware early, and then the CPS, which is not moving yet, it may not move. It's basically, I'm in at 724, so I'm just going to give it a little bit longer. That's on a short CPS. Oh man, I should be in this one. Holy smokes! Look at this. I remember bringing this up. PNT alert at 8:55. Look at it now, 680. This is shorting, of course. And look how orderly this one has been. Not sure why I didn't take it. I can't remember. There must be a reason. I probably just got distracted because that is right up my alley. I mean, that is, I mean, just, again, look left, look at all the room. So this is what I use to find shorts. You know, obviously I'm not using this to find shorts. I mean, look, if we could have found a way to get into this SHPH, you know, but you got to be awfully careful. But I mean, yeah, 83%. You know, this one not too bad either. I mean, had a little pullback, the MXCT, little pullback here, but after that, you know, just basing, and now a move. And there's one. Look how it hugged the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Came into it. So I mean, if that is a style that you want, you know, then you could you know kind of make a trading plan around that. So when you get the alert, and if something hasn't moved for a while, just click on it, check to see where that 10 SMA is, and put a price alert around that area. See if it comes back into it. I mean, that could be a trading plan. Only take trades if a stock comes back into the 10 SMA, sort of on a bounce. I'm not saying that should be your trading plan. I'm just saying that is an idea, though. You have to have some kind of a reason for taking trades. Yeah, I mean, look at that. If you'd seen it right down here, look how it hit into 1855, held, and bounced. Now, where are you going to put your stop? Now, it breached it briefly there. Steve talks about a close, but on something like this, boy, you've got to be awfully careful because if you wait for a close, you know, that could close down at $10. You know, it's something that can be this crazy. Always EMA. I shouldn't say that, Mohammed. Yeah, it's a 10 SMA. 10 SMA. Some use the 8 EMA. It's probably very close. 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. I'm using the 10 SMA because that's what Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas uses. So I thought, okay. Because Steve Gomez uses the 10 SMA Mohammed. Okay, that's the only reason. And he's at Trade Ideas, and he's used it for many years, and he seems to think that is the way to go. So I'm not a big indicator guy. So well, Steve Gomez, he works at Trade Ideas. He's one of he's in the room at let's see, he'd be there on Thursday in the YouTube room. So, 5 traders, 5 days of the week, and so they rotate. And Steve is in the YouTube room on Thursdays. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week at Trade Ideas also. Now, does that mean a 9 SMA? I think a 9 EMA. I don't know a 9 SMA, but whatever you get comfortable with. All right, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. I'm still here for another 2 or 3 minutes, but just want to put the announcement in. I'm only going to give this CPS just a little bit longer. It's basically where I shorted it. So just the volume is, I mean, I knew the volume was light, but I love that potential fill. So took it, but it may not drop. Ooh, how ugly is this one now? Pair. I mean, up to 274, back down to 2. Look at this big topping tail now. Yeah, Big O, you could be right about the the SPHS, SP8. I don't know, I have a tough time with SHPH, SHPH. Especially if it closes well, if it closes near the highs. All right, guys, I'm out of the CPS, basically flat, so definitely going to watch it tomorrow, though. The CPS, definitely want to watch it tomorrow and see if it really breaks down. Because underneath 7, I mean, it's got no support. So I'll make sure I heart it. And now I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys. So I am back. Yeah. So look at that EPOW. So Teddy, I mean, and not to, well, I'm not picking on you at all. I'm just sort of trying to respond to your question. I mean, guys, I mentioned this EPOW earlier, okay? And I said this is a list that is created for you automatically, okay, from the races all day long. Click, something may not be moving now, and I don't know where EPOW was. I think it might have been seventh or eighth. I think it only won two races. And I said, look, click on it. Anything on the list, just click on it and see what's happening. So if you recall, I said, okay, look at EPAL. Why don't we put a conditional buy order? I think it was at, well, it probably tells me the price. I think I took it at 320 or so, or 319, 318. Now, that was a sensational move. I'm not saying they're all going to be like that, but my goodness, from 318 to 450, and all you had to do was set either a price alert or a conditional buy order if it met your trading plan. Okay, so again, the major power. Don't get I wouldn't get so hung up on like who's winning a race right now. Yeah, it's awesome to see somebody moving up to the top. It's the creation of the watch list to follow all day long. That to me is the major power. So that especially if you're new to trading, and it doesn't have to be this watch list. I mean, this is, these stocks are pretty volatile. I get it, but it could be your top list with maybe a more sedate version, which is this one right here, larger cap gainers, or some top list that you create, you launch a race from, and allow it to create a watch list for you all day long. And then, every now and then click on DK. Look at DK right now. It's not doing anything. Well, what if it, broke out over 23, 29.30? Maybe that might be a good trade. Click on your buy button, drop it there, and see what happens. And it's all you can do is just see what happens. Okay. And, practice in the simulator. Can't emphasize enough. The whole idea of this is to try to get focus and make it easier. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. I find it interesting that on this list, IC did not win one race today. It probably finished second or third, and that's one of the things I'm pushing for. It probably finished second or third many, many, many times. But IC may win a race finally, towards the end of the day. And yet, obviously this has been something that we want to follow. I mean, it still might not win a race. Yeah, you see that? Look at that. DBVT at the very last second, at the very last second, edged out IC. It's in the biggest gainers from the open. It's won a ton of races. Okay, I'm sorry, large cap gainers, but not in not in this one. And yeah, maybe you did change your set. What would you have changed your settings to though? Boy, Tupperware is still, talk about toast. Tupperware is still toast. That's the only thing, I still have a little bit, not much, but I still have some of the Tupperware. What a great all-day short that was. And I still don't see any specific news on it. I don't know, you guys have been following this CFEI all day. All right, guys, it's now 3 o'clock. So typically what I do is I will put myself on, well, I'll get rid of that. I'm not in a meeting anymore. I will put myself on mute. I got a few things I can do on the side here. I'll hop back on the mic. If there's a question, I will certainly get back on the mic, or I'll pop in just if I see something. But right now I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay. You caught me, Chris.
I was wondering, does he have me on mute again?
No, I don't have you on mute. No, I don't. I'm actually just putting on my my bike shoe. So I wanted to be poised to dash out. So.
I'll make the screen swap now, and you are ready to go, my friend.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Take care, Barry. Enjoy.
Bye.
All right, everybody. I am back, and Barry is off and running, as he so deservedly should. Can never say enough nice things about Barry. First off, he's just a really nice fellow, and second, running 2 streams and juggling the questions and everything that he does is pretty impressive to me. So, Mike C, what is happening? Happy Tuesday. Pseudo Monday and all that. So here we are. Let's see. Has anything changed since I saw you folks at the noon hour? Not a whole lot, I don't think. The market moved down during the time that we were together and moved back up after I left by a little bit, and kind of running sideways down-ish since then. No trades today? All right. It wasn't really a day with a lot of edge. There was some stuff that was okay. I missed that. I had a price alert for $14, and I wanted to see it get above $14 and hold. I don't know if this will illustrate it better. Yeah, so here on this candle, and it just made a really big move, even on this 5-minute candle, just made a big move real fast, and I wasn't going to go chase it at 14.30, 14.35. So anyways, it made that move up, and it just kept going without me, and then it's kind of run sideways mostly for the day. Actually, not a bad move. Almost a move towards 16 again. I didn't realize that it actually had that nice move. So a nice little pullback again. Give another entry down here in the 1460, 1475 range. But it was never an easy trader, I don't feel like. Not for me anyways. And this is one of those stocks, I'll be honest, I took a huge... whenever I say huge, it means I stuck around for my full stop, because oftentimes I kill a trade before it gets to my stop. So I took a full stop on this. I don't remember where it was. I think it was actually on this day rate here or here. I can't remember now. It was on one of these big red candle days where it moved up and then it moved really down. No, it was this one here. I know exactly what day it was. It was this one here. I was up pretty good in it, and it reversed faster than I could flatten it into it knocked me out in my stop. So anyways, it is what it is. That's life in the trading lane, as they say, or someone says something like that, I think, somewhere. What else? We talked about at the noon hour, having these price alerts set and using them as a watch list. So at 1 o'clock here, 1:15, give or take. So that's 12:30. All right. Yeah. So this candle here, we got a nice run volume pop and went shooting right through here on that price alert. Again, it was in that hour where it was a couple hours where I don't really trade, but that's not for everybody. Not everybody plays that way. Not everybody has that as part of their trading plan like I do. And so it gave a nice move. It's pulled back and been choppy ever since. Is it tradable? Since that move up? Kind of, not really, sort of. I mean, I don't like when I see these big topping and bottoming shadows like that. But, gave an entry. An entry is an entry. That's all there is to it. I got you, Mike C. All right. Yeah, especially, in a bear market and you haven't been with the pulse of the market for the day, it's tough that way. It's definitely tough to just come running in. What else today? I don't know. I set a lot of price alerts today, but I didn't do a whole lot with all those price alerts. I didn't do really much of anything with any of these price alerts. Pair never made a recovery. We talked about that earlier. Had a nice opening opening hour. So that's an hour and 15 minutes or so, for just a steady sell-off afterwards. So giving us, as I like to say, the middle finger candle right there. We really tried to poke above this level of, recent resistance here, but just can't get above that. These smaller price stocks, that's the way it is. This is a newer issue, so I mean, yeah, the trend is down, but realistically, it's not a lot to see off the IPO here. But yeah, that downtrend. So we'll see. Look at the volume here the last couple of days as compared to back here. So something's going on that it's got some people interested. Definitely trading it. And again, folks, I'm doing this as a open forum. So please, any questions, if you're someone that just stumbled upon the stream and you don't know what's going on, please ask. What are we? Who are we? We're Trade Ideas Software, and I'm here trying to showcase the software, give some trader education, go over scanning, charts, markets in general. The only thing I don't do is give buy and sell recommendations. I don't tell anybody how to manage, or I don't give a trading plan or anything like that. I discuss things that I've looked at, saw, thought, things of that nature. I like a lot of if-then scenarios. So market looking like it's getting weak here. Let's pull over some compare count windows. You can see basically the entire day on the lower cap side of things, the new lows have outpaced the new highs. Basically all day long, the new lows have outpaced the new highs. I think they crossed paths a few different times. And then, if we bring up a SPY chart here, you can see market's getting banging on that 390 level, right? So, let's keep an eye on that there. CFVI making some noise in here. We see, it makes a nice move up and kind of settles, and then makes a nice little move up and then kind of settles, and got that going on again here. Nothing overly crazy at the moment on the volume. I mean, it's got a good volume day for relative volume, doing 6 times what it's normally doing. Nice and liquid stock. So, acquisition company. I keep forgetting what this one is. I don't know if this is one of the EV acquisition companies. I don't remember. Obviously, it's had some crazy price action in the past too, so that's fun to look at. A lot of volume through here. But even on this move here, relatively speaking, not a whole lot of volume. Just a little blips here at this point as compared to the stuff that was going on back here. Pull that to the side. What else? Pull up my comments. Yeah, Peter, were you around? I was talking a little bit about it at the noon hour. Where the heck is? All right, there we go. It's one of these stocks I didn't want to mess around with because of these shenanigans here. Very liquid on the day here. But my issue is this. You've got whatever stuff went on here. And I think in one of the after hours, this thing did something crazy too, if I remember correctly. And then, the stock opens somewhere down here at like $11 and trades all the way up here to 20. And it's, I just, risking that much money, where do you put a stop on this? You know what I mean? Like, all right, yeah, I make an entry at $15 or $16, but I put a stop at 11, and let's just say for argument's sake, I took took 100 shares, I'm then risking $400, $500, $600, not knowing, really where I want to be on the upside. Now, this is just my scenario, my thought process and all of this. So that's why, it's fun to watch, very exciting price action, all that, but just too much craziness for me in this, especially, take a look at that spread right here on IB's time and sales. We're talking over a 40-cent spread, 35 cents here now. You got to go in at a limit, and are you going to get filled? And then you get filled at the limit, and the price drops all of a sudden below where you filled on the limit. And I'm certainly not going to do a market order with this kind of spread, because you're going to get filled here on a buy, and you're going to get filled here on the sale. And that's how it works. So very exciting chart for sure. So definitely an exciting chart, to say the least. You missed 12 o'clock. All right. Yeah, so that was what I was discussing at 12 o'clock. I was wondering, because I didn't see any questions or comments from you at noon, but I can't see the names of people that are in here. So, and again, I see people coming in and out of the stream. So please, if anybody has any questions whatsoever, comments, you want to talk about something, look at something, please throw it at me. I do my best to answer. Shippers. Yeah, EURN. I had a price alert on EURN. I never pulled the trigger on it. I like the way this sets up into tomorrow. I'll tell you that. Lifetime high. I mean, let's look at everything this chart's got going for it. We've got a trend and then kind of spiked on that trend right there, right? We've got a nice trend going on here, right? Here's all-time highs, and there it is again, right? So we've taken out all-time highs. There's no short float in it, and what shorts were there have been moving out because they're getting squeezed out, it looks like, and this thing just continues to grind higher. So if we get a market bounce tomorrow and the shippers look strong, this is something to keep an eye on. That's not saying, hey, buy this tomorrow. Just if we get a bounce here, because we're going to bounce at some point. Is it tomorrow? I don't know. Is it next week? Is it 3 months from now? I don't know. But if we get a bounce here, this chart is poised to participate on a bounce very nicely. So, if then scenario. Nat was another one. I got a price alert for that too. Let me bring over my price alerts window. Duplicate. Dave, you and I are on the same wavelength. Where's Nat? Yeah, so I had a price alert for Nat here, and a nice move again from this here, well off the lifetime high, but in the downtrend that we've had recently, this has had a nice move, a little pullback, bouncing off of that. It's a big resistance level here. Gets through there, we're looking up there towards here. So definitely another one to keep an eye on here moving forward. And Frontline was coming through some races. I don't know if it won any races, but I know it was on some races. And yeah, a beautiful day here on Frontline. Again, way off lifetime highs. I think a big part of that is because it's, an energy play, even though it's a shipper. But, looking at this chart, going back, you got to go all the way back to 2020, early 2020 to find resistance now, right? So another, some good looking charts here for sure. Even in this bear market, some really good looking charts. The Bed Bath and Beyond and the meme stocks, I really try to stay away from commenting on those, and especially the Bed Bath and Beyond with what happened with that gentleman. I don't know anything about him whatsoever. I know there's all kinds of reports circulating, and I just won't participate in in any of that. Whatever happened is going to be between him, his family, the authorities, and lawyers. And other than that, just you feel bad. I just feel for anybody that suffered losses in any way, shape, or form in all of that. And unfortunately, that's life. So, but the stock itself obviously taking a big beating right now. Can we take a look at HYRE? Of course, we can take a big look. We can take a look at that HYRE. It'll be good if I can type. So you got a nice gap up here. What else is going on here? Big spike, big move here, back there. Interesting. Very long downtrend, and you don't see any volume in it whatsoever during this downtrend. I mean, just no volume whatsoever. So guessing they had some kind of big news today because earnings are well behind it. So, I mean, here's the thing, you're in a massive downtrend for a very, very long time. You had to run up into earnings and you sold off after earnings, and whatever happened today caused this. So, and it couldn't get through that level, which coincides back here to this level. And, we always think of support and resistance as spongy areas. So it's a big spongy area that it cannot get through on a very, very low price stock. So as far as I'm concerned, day trading vehicle for the day. I don't know if the news is sustainable or not, but I'm more concerned with the kind of day trading. There's no swing trade involved for me here. I couldn't, there's no viable risk reward as far as I'm concerned to a swing trade with this downtrend in the market. But if someone's looking to have a list of things for keeping an eye for day trading, I would put this on that list, I would say. That would be my kind of 2 cents there. We got almost a quarter after almost a quarter to the next hour. You got it, Blue. Chris, to get into a trade, do you put out your orders and wait, or do you set alerts and evaluate at the time? I set alerts and evaluate at the time, Willa. I almost never put orders out to get filled. Michael Noss is someone who likes to use stop entry orders. So if price rises to a certain level, it'll get him in the trade. He does that a lot. He does it a lot with his swing trading more than his day trading. On his day trading, I think he does a lot of a break above pre-market on his day trading. So, no right or wrong way to do it. I just like having complete control. I don't want to get filled on an order and then all of a sudden I was like, I don't know if I want to be filled there anymore, what the market's doing. I'm constantly looking at my compare count windows and the SPY chart before I enter anything. And so I might think to myself at one point, if we crack $13, just using it as an example, I want to be a participator in it. And then all of a sudden, 20 minutes later, we crack the $13. And I'm like, market's kind of selling off now. I don't think I want to be a buyer there anymore. So I use the price alerts in combination with, watching those other items. How does natural gas look? Big spike in coal. Nat gas, overall, I'm a big bull. The only issue is now with nat gas, you have all of a sudden all these European countries talking about price caps on everything. And just like what happened with oil in the United States, as soon as the U.S. started talking about price caps, oil rolled over and never really quite recovered the same. So, so there's that. Nat gas, I'd like to see it hold where it is right now. Let's draw a line. I'd love to see nat gas hold here. This would be a good spot to build back off of again. We had this run up and you can see the price action dancing around here and a run back through it, supported it. A pull back to here and a bounce would be super bullish, but I think you're going to be a little bit dependent on what governments decide now. When free markets are being free markets, it's great. When free markets are being manipulated by governments, not so great. So if there are going to be a set of governments that are going to continue to talk about price caps, whether it's just on Russian gas or gas in general and whatever else, then I'm a seller of natural gas. if that talk backs off, then I'm a buyer of natural gas. That's where I would. That's what I would say, Teddy. The more governments want to get involved in what I'm trading, the less I want to be involved in trading it. Like, and 100% less. So that's that. What else? STRC Frisky, one to watch tomorrow. Robotic stock, interesting. SRC. Interesting. So just kind of holding up sideways here, even with the big sell-off that we just had. Kind of a small trend up here. Earnings are past it. And some room to up there. Interesting. It gets going, you know. You look at that $3.75 and $4 levels for sure. Yeah, of course, Willow. So sorry, I have two different positions in CFVI, and I'm thinking I'm getting ready to close them both here. One in my IB account and one in TD. And I was really hoping to push back on high of the day again, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. CMPX. Oh, it's hitting the scanner. CMPX. How come I don't see it? CMPX. Oh, it's at the bottom of the scanner. I see it down here. Big burst in that volume right there. Big burst in volume. Man, CFEI just messing with me. Chopping all over the place. Look at that CMPX again. IC back almost at 16. CMPX. So interesting because it goes back to that relative volume thing we discussed earlier. It's doing almost 3 times what it's normally doing. However, only 360,000 shares on the day. So this thing only trades a little over 100,000 shares on the day on average for the last 30 days or so. We can see huge volume spikes that have happened in the past as well. Really just running sideways mostly, you know, had this sell off here and then a pop, and it's been running sideways since just about mid-year. Let me take a look at some more historical data on that chart. All right, so it's not that old of an issue. So it was a year in April, sorry. Interesting. And there you go. Yeah, see, Dave using the price alerts just like me. I know Dave likes his price alerts. BCTX, this one drives me nuts. I've traded this a few times, more winners than losers, but some losers. But you see these big topping shadows on this, man. This thing is just, and it always has a spread on it. Very tough trader. But it's in a nice, after this big down trend or down draw, it's been in a nice steady trend since. So, you know, worth watching, I would say, or worth knowing the stock, because right now it's only trading about what it's normally trading, so averaging about 300,000 shares, a little over 300,000 shares on the day. But it's one of those ones we see the explosions that it can have and go on multiple day runs. We can also see it have explosions to the downside, really bad too. So, but one of those stocks that can definitely make some crazy moves. And again, I know people kind of cycling in, cycling out. If anybody has questions, please, as I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Market looks like it's trying to just kind of close flat and sideways at the moment. I'll go that SPY chart again. So I just kind of running this way right now and really not doing a whole lot here. And defending that 390 will be, I guess, significant. I don't know. It's kind of tough. You can't make every whole number significant when you're at a $300 over a $300 level. So very tough. And this really held that well there after these moves. Gee whiz, I'm not much for swing trading these days, but I might just have to only sell half of these positions. Well, you're not going to find reversals today. That's all. I mean, today's just not a day for, if you were going to find any reversals, it would have been in this short period here. I don't think you would have seen any reversals here, to be honest. And you've got that going on. So to give you some kind of encouragement, I had made a reversal scan years ago. All right. And this is before I worked for Trade Ideas. And I reached out to Steve on Twitter and I was like, hey, Steve, check out this scan, because like I had 2 days in a row where it was like, let's say it put out like 30 alerts each day. 25 of them were unbelievable alerts. Like I was like, I got the magic ticket. This is it. And Steve's like, yeah, but he wasn't trying to burst my bubble, but he was being realistic. And, I was still a very new trader at the time. And I'm still a very new trader, but really, really, really new. And he was like, yeah, but, kind of look at those candles, because you had a gap down in the SPY and it reversed all day yesterday and the same thing today. So, it was kind of a perfect day for that kind of setup on the scan. And I was like, all right. But I was like, I don't think Steve really looked at it. And then next thing I know, the scan just wasn't that good. So that's to show you the flip side of the coin, where it looks like a scan's amazing and then all of a sudden it isn't. And that's how it can work. So I never really worked on that scan much after that, to be honest. But just to give you something not to be discouraged. And don't forget, Lucky, that I, that I gave you that email address to hit us at, and, just throw a few questions and say, look, I'm looking to do this or that. You have some recommendations or template or anything like that. And we'll, we can help you in some ways for sure, and get you pointed in some directions to do some testing as well. So, but, and that's why, I always tell people, a day, a week, even a month doesn't necessarily make a data set. And you can have a scan that works really well for a couple of weeks, then it doesn't work well for a couple of months, and then it might work well for a couple of weeks again. So it's rare to find a scan that's just working all the time, except for my relative strength scan. It's the only one that works always. I'm really joking, but it has been pretty awesome for a long time now. So I got to say, I'm very pleased with the results from that. You never know when we go, a couple of minds get together and we throw some ideas back and forth at each other in our back channel talks, what we can come up with. So listen, squeaky wheel gets the grease and all that. So I just highly recommend throw us an email there, because it's one of those things out of sight, out of mind, because we get so many emails and so many requests, and we're doing so many webinars and live streams. Plus, we're trading our own accounts as well. On top of doing all this, we're doing all kinds of testing, and we're making bug reports for the dev team. And, because generally speaking, we're almost always a few versions ahead of you folks, testing things before they get out to you. So like, I won't have it on my mind all the time, but if you throw in a ticket for us to that email address, and I'll put that, and this goes for anybody has any kind of questions and wants help with anything or anything, doesn't mean we can do everything for everyone, but as I said, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You never know till you ask. So SUPPORT at trade-ideas.com. All right. Throw us an email there. All right. Depending on what you're looking for, take us a day or two to get back to you. we try not to let anything hang out for a very long time. But sometimes when the wheels are turning, we take a few days and maybe try to come up with something when it comes to scans anyways. I see what you did there, Teddy, and I love a good pun. So, well, I'm going to kill right now half my trade. And killed half also. And TD. I don't know. Do I really want to take half of it? Do I really want to take this home overnight? This is one of those weird, crazy stocks. I don't even know what it is. Technical analysis 101. What are you trading? I don't know. A chart. A few seconds to make up my mind here. All right, again, anybody with questions, please, get those out there to me. We've got, roughly half an hour together still. Unless you guys really start giving me the silent treatment, then I'll leave at about 4:25 and start my evening early. Okay, I'm taking half of this home with me. I'm lying. I'm not taking half. I'm taking a little less than half home with me. I'm going to throw a highball bid in at 14 after hours, see if someone comes and gets it. Sell at 14. Just hard when you see a stock that, obviously has some interest in it for whatever reason and makes these nice moves. A little flag and then a pop and a pop. That potential move. Always possible, right? Anywho, the decision's been made. We've got 10 seconds till market close. We'll put the first day of September trading in the books. Wait, was the other day the first day of September? I can't remember. Well, we had a couple of September days. I guess Thursday was the first, Friday was the second, Saturday the third, Sunday fourth, Monday fifth. All right, so we'll put a couple of days of September trading into the books. I am having trouble believing it's already the 6th of September, to be honest. I'm still in May somehow. So, all right, ding, 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 ding. Market is closed. Bears get another win today. Let's bring up that SPY chart. So why do I say the Bears get a win today? This is why. Let's bring up pre-market. And in the pre-market, we look like we had a good gap up going. So here's where we closed last Friday. All right, here's where we opened in the pre-market today. We just ran sideways for a while. A nice little move up and then drifted and a nice another move up. We drifted sideways and right before the market opened, it started to come undone on us. And we basically didn't even end up with a gap up at all, I don't think. Here's the opening candle on the SPY, right? And that's where we closed. So basically opened flat after being up a nice little bit all during the pre-market and run into that resistance that we've drawn, months and months and months ago, and sell off. And we run back into that resistance and run into the resistance and run into the resistance and over and sell off because we couldn't get through it. And we just kind of weekly stayed down like this for the rest of the day. So not a good look for the Bulls right now. The Bulls look very tired. They look exhausted, dejected. And you're just going to say, what does that mean what does it mean the Bulls look tired, right? And I used to hear people say that. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You can't see the Bulls, right? Well, think about this, right? Let's zoom back out for a second. We top out all-time highs here, right? And we get the sell-off, and you got everybody saying, oh, it's just a pullback or correction. We get a bounce, and we're ready to go. We pull back and we make slightly newer lows, but everybody's been so conditioned for so long by the dip, and the markets only go up and the Fed's got our back, and whatever narrative that you want to select that's been going on since 2011, 12, somewhere in that range. And what do? We rally right back up and almost really take out that level when we came back up after the sell-off from here, right? And we look like we've got the all clear. The bulls are back in charge, right? We start to sell off again, but we don't get the same rally this time. And it's much shorter and shallow. And we really sell off here. And so that's a shock to all the bulls, I think, because they haven't seen that in a long time. And this brings us down and puts us in our first bear market since the COVID sell-off. And this is the first bear market that isn't an event in the sense of, the bear market that happened at the end of 2018 was the Fed tightening and raising rates and all those things like that. And the Fed came out and said, no, we're kidding. And we rallied right off that bear market. So the bear market lasted a few weeks, literally. And then the bear market that happened with COVID, obviously COVID, but all the PPP loans that went out there and all the stimulus and all that stuff like that kept the market afloat. The Fed went and backstopped literally everybody. They weren't going to let anybody fail on the big side of things. That's not to comment to people that got foreclosed or lost their homes or apartments. We're talking, bigger macro picture here. The Fed backstopped that, and that bear market was very short. So this is now the first bear market that we have had that isn't a real event-driven thing. There's a lot of factors in this bear market. Inflation, some slight layoffs. There's a war in Ukraine, or in Europe. There's, still conflict for the Middle East. You have a situation with energy and oil and a transition going on there. So you've got a lot of stuff that's at the backdrop of the beginning of this bear market. But we get a rally back up to a major support line, and then we sell right off. And at this point now, it's a real bear market, all right? And the bulls have completely lost control. However, here we start to get all the worst inflation news possible, worst inflation 40, 50 years, whatever it is, and supply crunches and all this stuff like that. And we rallied off all that bad news, back to being bad news is good news, right? We rally all the way back up to, we blast through here even. That's a major pivot line. And we get right up to here and we give it up immediately. And that's what I mean by the bulls are tired, because every time the bulls are able to make a run, and that was a big run for the bulls right there, and they got rocked right afterwards. And that's what I mean by the bulls are tired. So I know that was a long kind of rant there, but nobody's asking any questions, so that's all there was to it. Sania, market will retest COVID low and will break also. New news will come. Retest the COVID lows? All right. I mean, I won't say it won't. That's still a very long ways to fall. You're talking about erasing, put up a weekly chart. I mean, you're talking about erasing, a decade's worth of growth. All right. The last time we were down here, all right, so 2016, you're talking about breaking COVID lows. So you're talking about erasing 6 years worth of stock market growth. That's a lot. Is it impossible? Nothing is impossible. Oil traded to negative $40. So nothing is impossible. That's a big ways to go. I do think, without any question, we test pre-COVID highs. I think we test this for sure here. We've already taken it out in the IWM. I think the SPY definitely does it. I don't think the NASDAQ is far off of it, to be honest. 1, 2, 3. Qs. There's pre-COVID highs for the Qs. We're really not that far off of it right there. So I definitely think that happens. I think, there's things that we got to work through. Action and reaction. There was a huge reaction to this here. That was the reaction to that. And I think that, this has got to come and get paid now. And so this is how this is getting paid. And so we're going to wipe out 2 years worth of growth. I suspect that, just because everybody else loves to make predictions, I'll throw one out there for fun. I don't think we see the market really, really turn until late spring next year, maybe. And by turn, I mean we'll stop going down and see more sideways action than downwards action. And then maybe a year from now, we start to see a move back up again. I mean, unless something changes, unless, somehow inflation comes roaring down, jobs market stays unbelievably, unbelievably healthy, energy prices reverse, and Europe isn't faced with an energy crisis. I think what people fail to understand about the energy crisis in Europe, this isn't just about people paying higher bills. This is literally about people possibly freezing to death this winter over there, because they can't turn on their heat, for 2 reasons. 1, because there is no gas. 2, also there'll be people that simply cannot afford the heat. So, something's got to be done about it. These are all terrible things that, that affect the stock market. So we'll see. Throw a target at me tomorrow. All right. Looking forward to it. It would be something to see. Hey, look, when we did this sell off here and we took out, 4 years worth of gains, people found that very hard to believe. And that's a fact. We took out 4 years worth of gains in a couple of weeks with that COVID sell off. So I don't discount anything. I think everything is on the table. For all if someone came in here and said, no, we're going to be back to 400 on the Qs in 6 months, and they had a case for it, I couldn't argue against it. What was the case for this going up like that? I mean, it did it, right? So totally anything and everything is on the table. And that's why, I'm really just, I moved to day trading and take it one trade at a time. I will note there's been some great looking charts near all-time highs. Take a look at my evening scan, see if anything's in there. So let's see. ADT. Oops, let's get back to a daily chart. I don't think we need a weekly chart on this. So ADT, interesting. I guess people aren't feeling very secure, so they're buying security. I don't know. What I have to surmise, right? So it looks like a big area to get through here, and then you've got this area up above it, but enough trend pullback and a gap. It's not an earnings gap, so I'm not sure what was going on there. Lots of volume, lots of liquidity, right? So that looks good in that sense. So we'll see, is it run into resistance or is it going to break resistance? CFBI, we just looked at that. I don't think there's any real edge here. I held a little bit into tomorrow to play momentum with it. Front line, we talked about this one earlier, making some really nice moves, and you got to go all the way back to 2020, early 2020, late 2019 to find resistance. So this is, it's in the right area. It's transporting energy. Same with EURN. And this is at all-time highs. So it's a great looking chart. I don't know what this is. Nursing care facilities, very new issue. So there's no edge here as far as I'm concerned. Nothing much to comment there. No, not a great looking chart. This is just the inverse China or China bear, whatever. It's inverse bonds. More shipping here. While it's not at all-time highs, we can see well off all-time highs. Got a short float there and a short growth that's pretty substantial. And this thing has been, holding up very well in the face of all that, running sideways. So that's actually a pretty nice looking chart there. And we got to go back again. We got to go back to mid 2020 to find some resistance here above what we're at. So not a bad looking chart. These are all just inverses, inverse. Who are you? This must be a buyout, I'm guessing. Maybe not. I can't tell if this is a buyout. I'm not sure if that's a buyout. Inverse. I'm guessing a buyout. Inverse. Nonsense. Inverse. Ultra short Europe. Poor Europe. And again, I see the numbers dropping off here. So again, I'll stick around for a little bit here. If anybody's got questions, please fire those away. Let's take a look at my options scanner. So I call the strong options in the 20-day range. So stock's got to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range. And I'm sorting on options volume. So ecom, guessing a buyout. Yep, buyout. But I see incredible options volume here. What a move. IRDM. Very big move. Not terribly far off all-time highs. You can see at 54.65. Not a huge short float, but definitely noticeable with some shorts growing in on it. And so, you had this move that broke this level here. I'd say it's a pretty big level, curled out and a bounce. Got a ways off from earnings. Good liquidity, good volume with the liquidity. And we got to that level up there. So this is an interesting looking chart right here. PING. Nope, not us. It's an inverse. We talked about that already. We talked about that. This was a big alert from last Friday. Held the 19 level. We'll see what happens here. I'm not crazy about Chinese stocks right now. More healthcare. Decent trend in it, and gaps are meant to be filled. So didn't quite fill the gap here. Almost. So gapped up, moved sideways, almost filled that gap, moved up, almost filled the gap, moved up. Didn't make a new low. Made another new higher low. Looks like another new higher low there. So it's interesting. Good liquidity with that 2.3 mil shares traded. And 1.57 there on that relative volume. So a little bit over what it's normally doing. So Pete, what's happening? Yeah, throw that up again. Look at it one more time for you. So, what I did touch on, just to recap what I had said earlier on it. There's obviously no real edge to have when you've only got this much data. And there's a lot of shenanigans when you got a stock opening here and doing that a day later. Obviously, there's some kind of shenanigans that are going on there. What I'm not crazy about is this massive range that we came into the day with, right? So, here's Thursday closing, up above 50 and then gaps all the way down here to around 30 something and then gives it up. And, so that's a $20 range or over $20 range that's happening here, around $20 range that's happening there. And then today, you're opening at around 11 and you make a move up above 20. How do you share size for something like this, right? If I take 50 shares, you know what I mean? And then it doesn't make a nice move up, but it makes a bad move down. I could still get hurt really bad if it moves $5 against me on 50 shares, right? And there's no way to really know where it's going to go onto the upside, but we know where it could go on the downside. So it's something I'm personally not comfortable with the way it's trading with such little data. But if you've got a plan and you have that risk appetite, I just don't have that risk appetite. That's my thing here. Where do I set a stop? Again, for here, if I was to get into it in this first 45 minutes, likely my stop is the low of day. And again, that's like $11 or something like that. And so let's say I get in here around 16. I'm setting a $5 stop. It just, doesn't sit well with me, especially with the spread that this thing has and how fast it can jump all over the place. And, I don't want to go in and then, you put a dollar stop on this. You could be stopped out in 30 seconds. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I am, or my comfortability with it. Again, I think this is, if you have the risk appetite and you're willing to set a wide stop, a reasonable wide stop with a reason, you know what I mean? Like you see that $11 level is that's, you know, about the low of the day from Friday. So it's a, you know, good place, knowing that if you're wrong there, you know, it's real down real fast from there, obviously. But I don't have that risk appetite to set a stop that high for, or set a stop that big for me. That's exactly it, Peter. And like, I don't mind that it's only price and volume, but when you're adding huge spreads and huge ranges, it's just a lot tougher. It's a lot tougher. That's all there is to it. And it makes me, you know, in this environment, I'm not willing to risk $500 on a trade, or $400 on a trade, or $700 on a trade, especially when I don't know, you know, this is very iffy to that side. There's just not enough on this side for me to say, yeah, that looks like it could ride to that level. Like I could say, yeah, it looks like it could ride to the high of, you know, prior day. It could. Just very tough. I just don't understand why oil down, oil stocks down, and OPEC cutting. Again, Michael Anthony, it's the same as it's been since June. As long as governments are going to interfere, oil is going to, it's going to lag. Oil stocks are going to lag oil price. That's where I'm at on it. Yeah, Peter, it is. You're right. It is scary. It is scary. I agree. I agree, Peter. What is oil trading at? What did oil settle at today? Let's take let me look on my app here. So, I mean, oil settled at 86. And oil hasn't been able to get really going again in a while. So, yeah. So that's that. So oil, yeah, 86.80, give or take, is where oil settled. 86.79. And gas, reformulated gas settled at 2.39 a gallon is where that settled. So I'm looking on my Thinkorswim app here. Yeah, of course, Pete. You know, like, here's the thing, you know, like we could see it's got some action going in here in the after hours. And, you know, I could look here and I could say, yeah, the $30 level looks interesting. And maybe I set a, you know, near $3 stop here with that. I don't want to say there's never easy trades, just trades that I can feel better. You know, you know, trading there's a lot of mechanics and math and all that to trading. And then part of it, you know, for some people anyways, it becomes a feel thing. So, you know, it's kind of what I'm looking at there. Just saw something that looked like maybe it was moving, but I guess, yeah, HLVX, is that actually moving or no? No, there's no volume there. All right, making stuff up. MXCT, are you moving? Nah, not really. Interesting, you know, got this big random candle right there. There's, you know, from earnings. And you got this stuff back here, but big downtrend for the stock. Moving sideways for a while, but it's a big line to try to get through. But, you know, good liquidity and some volume in there. So I don't know, you know, you throw it on a watch list for tomorrow if that's something that interests you. Like I said, I'm going to, as a matter of fact, I could do it right now. Get rid of all these price alerts to start tomorrow fresh. Adios, 23 price alerts. And I'll start fresh tomorrow. I don't like to jam up my price alerts window. I use it. It's very day trading specific that I use it for, at least right now. If and when we make a bull run again, a real bull run, perhaps I'll swap things over to be with price alerts that I'll have some stuff in there for some swing trading alerts. But for now, I took a little bit of, like I said, that CFVI home. But, I stuck an order to close at $14, good till canceled, and fill after hours. So if it fills me in the after hours in the morning or whatever, just kind of playing on hoping to get a little momentum on a gap up in the morning on that. I don't know that it'll go any further. If not, I'll kill it right away before it moves back down to my entry. And all right, was there anything else to look at here? CCJ middle finger candle. This is uranium stocks. I swear, I thought about trading a uranium stock today, and I'll bet it looks very similar to this. This is uranium stocks hate me. Yep. I thought about. I said, you know what? I'm not even setting a price alert for this because I'm so tired of uranium stocks burning me, and so I didn't even bother to set a price alert, and that's what happened afterwards. There's too much news involved in uranium. Way too much news. Calm, what did you do? So Calm gave it up today after a really nice run. And Calm has a bad day today. But, we'll see. The buyers came in at the end here a little bit. So we'll see what happens. But, beautiful run here since July. Nice sideways move and a nice move out of there. Perhaps a few days this way again. Set itself back up for that, or perhaps it sets itself up for that. We look at things that have moved up nicely, and they don't necessarily always have to present long opportunities. They can present short opportunities too, right? Nothing wrong with shorting. So, we're looking at a stock again, pretty long downtrend. It's been bucking that trend, but this was the primary trend. Is this a new primary trend? Is it a reversal for a primary trend, or is this a secondary trend and it's coming to an end? Do some Elliott wave. Yeah, that's exactly it, Peter. That's why me and uranium probably aren't the best of friends. Everybody knows. Anybody that knows me knows how I feel about news. News is trash. Take the news and throw it in the trash. It's all garbage. You want the news, read old comics. Basically, everything in old comics is relevant to anything going on today. Just less polarized back then. You look at this option scanner, a lot of inverse ETFs in this still. A lot of inverse ETFs. And the dollar. Another gap up for the dollar. Dollar gets stronger for another day today. And again, the dollar goes up, stocks go down. That's, a very, very easy correlation we're seeing here. This was the market top back here. Dollar started making some bullish moves. Stock market really gave it up. So very, very clear. Very, very clear. So, all right, I guess that will do it for me here today, folks. Let's see, today was Tuesday. I filled in for Michael. Tomorrow, Wednesday, you might have me again tomorrow. Jamie's out for some stuff. Jim's out, so actually, as I wrap up here, I'm going to reach out to him, see if he wants me to fill in for him tomorrow. So you might get a double dose of me tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. What else? Barry, of course, will have this open at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning on the YouTube side. I think he opens the other side of the traders room at 8 a.m. so everybody can chat there. He doesn't really get live on the mic till well after that. I don't know if it's still 9 o'clock that he gets live on the mic. It's a bear market, but there are plenty of opportunities in bear markets. So, you just got to pick and choose strong charts, right? Just because something's up doesn't mean it's going to continue to go up as well. It's a bear market. It's all, there's plenty of opportunities on the long side in the bear market. They're just shorter lived and you got to be a little more nimble. That's all there is to it. So, all right, everybody, I appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions as always. Always greatly appreciated. And like I said, I'll be back here for sure at 3:30 tomorrow. I guess it'll be a surprise who you end up with at noon tomorrow, whether it's me or somebody else. And aside from that, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, wherever you are on the spinning globe called Earth. I thank you all once again very, very kindly. You take care and have a great rest of your Tuesday. Bye-bye.